Good afternoon, everyone. We'll call our regular meeting of the City Council to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Let the record reflect that all council members and agency members are present. City Attorney Conless participating remotely.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Is a written comment from the clerk? Okay, for our closed session. Okay. We'll go forward. I believe our first item is the presentation of the 2025 Coronado Community Read.
And I'm turning on his.
Good afternoon. Is this on? Yeah. Good afternoon, Mayor Duncan, council members. I think I'm the light relief today. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to announce the 2025 Coronado Community Read. So on your screen now are previous year's reads. And the purpose of this program, of course, is to build community by shared experience and shared conversations spurred by the reading of the same book and taking part in programs around the theme of the book. So, whoops, okay. So while the nation was busy deciding who was going to be the president and who was going to be on the city council, the community was weighing up the very difficult job of what's going to be the community read this year. And we went through our usual process, whittling down 82 nominated titles to 5 really worthy candidates for the read. And by popular vote, the community read for this year is going to be The Women by Kristen Hanna. And this is a major best-selling author. And the book has some really good Coronado connections. So the protagonist is a woman who lived in Coronado who signed up to go serve as a nurse in the Vietnam War. So it covers her experiences in the war and when she returns to Coronado, and it, honors her service and the sacrifice that she made. So we're going to be doing a number of events around that theme. We've got someone coming from the Navy Nursing Corps who is going to give a lecture, and we're also borrowing an exhibit from the Naval History and Heritage Command, which is called Women in Uniform. We're going to have that up from February the 3rd through May the 4th. So the city clerk has a copy of the book for each of you. And thank you for your support, and we hope you join us on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate everything you and the library do for us. Do any council members have any comments or questions for Sean? All right. Thank you, sir. All righty. Next, we will be moving to the consent calendar. This council member Downey was in the barrel, which means meets to see if there's anything she'd like to request to pull from the consent calendar. And I believe there's nothing you want to pull or add to the consent calendar at this time?
Not at this time, Lord.
Thank you. Is there any member of the other of City Council that has any questions or concern on the consent calendar? All right, thank you. Then we'll be moving to the public. If there's anybody in the public who wants to comment on the consent calendar or ask that something be pulled, please come forward to the podium. We'll do regular public comment in a moment. All right, that being the case, let's go ahead and call for a vote on approving the consent calendar as set forth in the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
You'll see up there. Motion carries, all voting aye.
Thank you. We'll be moving to number 6 on our agenda, which is public comment. And I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on public comment. You can come up forward and speak on any item you'd like to speak on. If it's an agenda item, if possible, please save your comment for that agenda item, but you are welcome to address that if you need to go earlier right now at public comment. Ms. Vieira?
Hello, everybody. I'm Julia Vieira, and I'm 98. So I really should be home on my recliner watching this. I also have a bad voice. Wouldn't you know, this would be the time that I can hardly talk. Well, I'm here in person to make it clear to you why the right appointee to fill John Duncan's council seat is Laura Wilkinson Sinton. Today, we have 9 other very nice, very worthy citizens in an awkward write-in contest. However, here's the difference. Laura is not only superbly qualified, she's done the work. She ran a long, polite campaign. She met the folks door to door, day after day, and only lost the election by 80 votes out of 15,606. Just 80 votes. Some of us believe she barely lost because of a series of vicious personal attacks full of falsehoods. And you know who they are. The Coronado City Council is not a club to be voted in by the membership. It's assuming a serious public office. And in a democracy, the voters decide. And Coronado voters clearly like Laura. You can resolve this issue right away today by ratifying Coronado's preference for the next city council member. Appoint Laura, the people's choice. And then, with a full council finally in place, please get on with it and give your direct attention to protecting our precious hometown. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. We have our next speaker, please.
Honorable Mayor and members of council, I don't have much time tonight to address the issues that the council faces this year, but then neither do you. Things are coming at us fast and furious from within and all around. It may seem odd, but the best crisis management involves long-term planning. This requires certain cold, clear-eyed realism on each of your parts, combined with an unwavering belief in the ideals of good governance, namely, finding the common ground with your fellow council members. Picasso once said, computers are worthless, they can only give you answers. What does he mean by that? Well, I think it means that it's important to engage in the art of dialogue and inquiry first before moving too quickly to find an answer. To start out the new year, I am hopeful that the 2 newly elected council members will ask some questions of Councilmember Downey and Mayor Duncan. Maybe questions like this. What are they worried about that is moving forward now in political arenas that might threaten us? How can we continue to be successful in reducing these regional, state, and federal threats and find opportunity for the well-being of our community? When you meet with the city manager, you might ask her about how her effectiveness as a CEO would benefit from best practices in your policymaking. And ask the city attorney about proactive law principles about how you can avoid litigation rather than how she will defend the city later on when you're in closed session. As you begin budget deliberations, I'm hopeful that the city as a whole continues its commitment towards long-term investment in its green infrastructure, parks, especially recycled water, in public works, maintenance, especially flood control, and social infrastructure of the library, especially investment in the Wind Room this year and the cultural arts. We care about these things equally. They seem like a lot to ask for, but this city is operated on both sound business principles and good governance. Each year, the city manager presents a carefully balanced budget, which, by the way, other governments don't do, that is designed to address all these issues with adequate reserves for your direction. In conclusion, the brightest future belongs to those who plan for it. Please do. We in the community will thank you for it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Christensen, is that correct? I don't believe you didn't announce your name.
I'm sorry,
if you'd
Tina
like.
Christensen, 527 Adela Lane.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at regular public comment? And just as a brief reminder, as you probably already know, if you speak on an issue at public comment, you can not speak on it again when it comes up as an agenda item. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to alert the council and the people here that the Coronado High School, ASB, is sponsoring a collection of food for the fire victims in LA. And they suggest that items be dropped off at the high school, the village, or village, high school, or the middle school. There are boxes there in the front offices, and they need stuff that does not need to be refrigerated. But it's going on this week, and I thought it might be a good opportunity to inform people that this is happening. And I got a hold of a couple of their handouts that I put in back, if any of you want them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments.
We don't have her name, though.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Oh, Ann Sani.
Next, please.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Duncan. My name is Liza DeLoche. I'm a senior in high school and a Coronado resident. I'm here on behalf of many concerned residents who are deeply impacted by the ongoing cross-border sewage crisis. This is an issue more than just an inconvenience, but it's a significant environmental and public safety concern. The contaminated water from the sewage spill has led to multiple beach closures, and the dangerous bacteria in the water poses serious health risks to our residents and visitors. Worse still, the air pollution from the sewage, which sometimes leads to hydrogen sulfide gas, makes people sick and harms wildlife and our local ecosystems. Other cities, including San Diego, Chula Vista, and Imperial Beach, have already declared a local emergency to address this crisis, and key organizations like the Port of San Diego and the California Coastal Commission have joined in. Coronado, too, must take action. 25 of my fellow students have written letters to you asking for your help. We urge the council to declare a local emergency so we can expedite solutions and secure the resources necessary to mitigate this ongoing threat to our environment and public safety. Thank you for your time and for considering this important issue. We need your leadership to protect our beaches, wildlife, and health in our coastal community.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at public comment? Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to our...
Excuse me, Mr. Duncan.
Oh, sure.
Good afternoon. I'm Andrew Corley. Good afternoon, Mayor Duncan, staff, and council. I know you're busy, but can we agendize maybe motorcycles and sound sometime soon? I'm happy to be on a subcommittee or some way to help. I'm happy to do it, but I think we have an issue with sound, and it goes all up and down Orange Avenue and, of course, across the Strand. So we can play this video, and this is when they know they're being recorded. Maybe. No worries. We've all heard it. They know they were being recorded now. And of course, you know the LED signs right behind them that says that they're going to get a citation for noise. So it inspires them to do it. And so anyways, again, I respect your time. If we can put it on the agenda, I volunteer to help, to do whatever we can do to figure out how to enforce it, because it doesn't make sense to have rules if we don't enforce them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Okay, so that looks like it closes all public comment for this meeting. We'll now move on to item number 7 on our agenda, which is the city manager report out, and I don't believe you do have a report.
I have no report today.
Thank you. We'll be moving on to 8 on our agenda, our public hearings for today. The first matter is 8A, which is 820 G Avenue, determination that the project is categorically exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, Section 15332, and a request for a 2-lot tentative parcel map to allow for condominium ownership of 4 residential units. We have a staff report, I believe, from Marissa Smith.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank
Please
you.
proceed.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Yes, the item before you is a proposal for a 2-lot tentative parcel map to allow for 4 residential condominiums at 820 G Avenue. The department is recommending approval of the project. So the proposed tentative parcel map would allow for condominium ownership of 4 residential units. The property is located on the west side of G Avenue, as shown with the red arrow, between 8th and 9th Street, and it's surrounded by a mixture of duplex and multifamily dwellings in the R3 zone. A comment was received regarding the development of the 4 units because the person thought it was in the R1B zone. However, this area is zoned R3, which allows for multiple family units. The R1B is shown here in red, which is just one lot or west of the proposed subdivision or condo map, and everything that's shown in orange is R3, which is multifamily. So the R3 zone is multifamily, as discussed, and allows for a maximum of 28 units per acre. This project site is made up of 2 parcels, each being 3,502 square feet for a combined total of 7,004 square feet. This combined lot size allows for a maximum of 4 units, 2 units per lot, and therefore this parcel map complies with the general plan and the zone. The parcel map would allow each unit to be owned individually. And a comment was also received from the same concerned neighbor regarding parking. The project does comply with parking since a minimum of 2 spaces per unit are required, and the design does show for that. I don't have a pointer, but it's along the left side of the screen. There's 2 for each lot with the garage and then 2 open space. I did reach out to that neighbor, and she understood that this has been resolved, and we addressed her concerns. So these are a couple of renderings. This was approved by the Design Review Commission October of 2023. And this is the view from the front, seen from G Avenue. Only the front 2 units are shown from this angle, and then this is from along the alley where the rear 2 units could be shown. And then here's an aerial, which also shows, and G Avenue is along the bottom right of the screen. On December 10th, 2024, the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of the project, and based on the supporting documents and as shown in the resolution, the required findings can be made. So staff recommends that City Council approve the project as shown. This concludes the presentation. Both staff and the applicant are available for questions.
Thank you for the report. Do any members of the council have any questions for the staff? Councilmember Downey?
I just want to flesh out just a little bit the parking in answer to the neighbors, just so the public understands. So we passed an ordinance some time ago that said enclosed parking and outside parking attached. So looking at that pictures, there's enclosed parking, and you'll see in the bottom left 2 that are enclosed. So 1 is for each of the units. So the one in the front also comes to the back.
That is correct, right?
And
They're
then
tandem.
the ones to left of the yellow are open space into the alley.
That's correct.
And each of the units on that row then would each have 1.
You are correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions by council or the staff? Okay, thank you. Actually, before we proceed, would the applicant like to address council? It's certainly not required, but you're welcome to address us if you'd like to. Yes, sir?
I'm here for questions, but nothing else to add.
Does anybody on council have any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. We'll move to public comment. This is a public hearing. It's now open for public comment if there's any member of the public that would like to speak on this item. Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Does council have any ex parte communications or discussion they would like to have on the matter? Councilmember Fleming?
No, I have no other questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Stewart?
No other questions.
Councilmember Downey?
No other questions, no ex parte hearings, and I'll be happy to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation. And for the public, this is what we've worked on for years when we developed the RSIP and said how we wanted our city to develop, what sizes the houses could be. Then we moved to have the one enclosed and one open space. That was to try and encourage people to actually park on their own lots instead of in the city streets, which meant there's no parking for visitors elsewhere. So that's why it's one enclosed and one outside. Because this project actually met all of the requirements the city has passed in our numerous ordinances trying to help address parking in our community, I will move approval of the staff report.
Second?
I second that motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Fleming. As for ex parte communications on this matter, I've had none, and I will be supporting the motion. So please call for the vote.
Motion carries, all voting aye.
We'll be moving on to number 9 on the agenda, which is commission and committee reports, of which we have none. So I believe,
John?
I'm sorry?
I actually have one, if I may.
Is that on item 10? Thank you, Councilmember. We will move directly to that. On item 10A, we have council report on interagency committee and board assignments. And I believe Councilmember Fleming submitted his in writing. If you have anything you'd like to discuss on that, feel free. Otherwise, it's available for the public in writing. Councilmember Fleming?
No, I put all my notes in writing.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll be moving to Councilmember Stewart, who has submitted a PowerPoint I believe would like to address the council.
Yes, thank you. I'm part of the League of California Cities, Coastal Cities Working Group, but Mayor Duncan sent me an email from Sandag Shoreline Preservation Working Group, which Councilmember Fleming is going to be taking over. But because I'm very interested in this, I decided to go ahead and review it. But there were some things that I felt were really important for us to know from these reports. There were 2 big reports, and this was a meeting on December 5th, and Councilmember Donovan at the time attended. The first we have, we'll go ahead and change to the next slide, it was a sediment management technical task force summary and draft recommendations. And I just felt this was really important. These were just the key takeaways that I found. That over the last decade, obviously there's been increased erosion here on our beaches and north. And during El Nino winters, atmospheric rivers and sand move offshore and southwards. And during La Nina winters, sands tends to move northward. Swell also dictates this direction. Sand retention, lessons learned from a 28-year monitoring, had to do with grain size. The coarser the grain, the longer it lasts, the finer the sand, the more quickly it erodes. It had to do with fill size. The larger the project, the longer the sediment remained in place. Also, frequency, so how the routine nourishment has long-lasting benefits, and the location, in that some sites are able to hold sand better than others for a whole number of reasons. Then they had the next slide, recommendations, and I just thought this was kind of interesting for us to kind of follow and be aware of and see if there's something that we might use on our shorelines. Was a utilization of a sand tracer study, which used fluorescent non-toxic sand that they can put down and then actually watch where this sand goes, and then combine all of the research that's been done from Scripps, the engineering, all the different stakeholders to create an open data portal which all of us can use and work with in all of the coastal cities. Also to develop a regional consensus to install and monitor at least one pilot sand retention program in the very, very near future, starting right away, and develop and maintain a regional scope permit for sand replenishment, whether that be dredging or bringing in from other areas. And then, of course, seeking funding for the region for these priorities to build coastal resilience. The second presentation, if you want to go to the next slide, had to do with sea level rise. And you already know we have a sea level rise report, the plan, and sea level rise, SLR, I always call it, will, they're saying these are the impacts. They're going to increase in frequency of coastal flooding, storm events. You can go to the next slide. Sorry. These storm events will become more damaging and dangerous, and sea level rise is going to increase the rate of retreat of coastline cliffs and bluffs to the north of us, and then erosion of the beach, as we're seeing currently, and loss of coastal wetlands and tidal marshes and sand dunes. And they just had some really brief recommendations on this, was to use the most precautionary report, and they're recommending the 100-year storm conditions for planning. That is their recommendation from the state, to conduct exposure analysis using SRL visualization tools. And if you haven't seen these, there are a number of them, whether it be from NOAA or NASA, where you can go on and you can see what impacts we have to Coronado by just using a slider to see as you go up with how much sea level rise we might have. Kind of fun to use. Also, it includes the vulnerability analysis and to explore adaptation options and feasibilities, and again, to identify funding. And out of this funding, it was noted that Senate Bill 1 has a grant program for local governments. So this might be a great source of money for us going forward, and I have the contact, which I'll share with you, Tina, on that, so you'll have that. Okay. So, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember Stewart. Councilmember Downey?
I have a short one from MTS. I am the city's primary representative to the Metropolitan Transit Service Board, and Councilmember Mark is my second. And he put in there that we went to the meetings, but he wanted me to report out. The first thing that you should know is that there is a rotation to fill the executive board that works the same way Sandag does. There's a quarterly a representative from the South Bay, one from the North Coastal, one from Northern Inland, and it was our turn as Coronado to be the rep for the South Bay to the executive board. Because that meets on Thursdays the same time as our board meeting, it's just earlier than the board meeting, I was not able to attend because in the fall I teach. Right now, we've worked it out that I will be the primary just for the spring until summer, and then I will turn it over to my alternate, who then will be the primary in the fall. So I told the board at the meeting that I would not be able to be full-time. You can't share that because I am the alternate from the South Bay, and the primary is the mayor of, I think it's Chula Vista. So I asked the board if we could have our alternate be the representative, and it turns out that nobody had asked before. And so we went through the procedures, the attorney looked it up, and the board approved it. So now Coronado did not lose our position on the executive board, which is what my concern was. And the mayor of Chula Vista turned to me during the meeting and said, that would never happen in my town. You guys do stuff different in Coronado. And what he meant by that was it wasn't one council person, regardless of party, working for what they wanted. It was what is the best thing for our city. And the reason I share that today is we're going to be talking about later what's best for our city. And I wanted everybody to know that we are known in the county for working together for what's best for Coronado. The other thing I wanted to report from the meeting was a presentation we received from the executive director of MTS that now that all of the money that came to local governments during the Biden administration, some of that was COVID money, some of that was for infrastructure and the Infrastructure Act. All of that, of course, is phased out now. And so they are looking at a long-term budget deficit of about $100 million. And it was reported in the UT, so that's why I'm bringing it up to you now, that we got a report from the executive director looking at ways that the board can help figure out how to meet that budget deficit, and that includes all kinds of things. Obviously, raising fares is an option, but then that decreases riders in many studies. So that's just one option, but it's also many other mechanisms and how they're going to come up with that. But what matters to Coronado is that we do have several bus routes that run through our town, and more importantly, people that can use the trolleys and use other methods of transportation may be avoiding having to drive here.
And so we're looking at, and from a Coronado standpoint, we want to do everything possible to keep all the transit options available that currently exist. And I will update the board as we get more information going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Downey. I appreciate the information and obviously the working together. I'll do a brief report out under item 10A, with the first entity being the Metro JPA Wastewater Committee, which I probably imagine most people don't know what that is. But Councilmember Stewart will be becoming the primary for Coronado, with Councilmember Fleming as the alternate, I believe, on that panel. And I attended my last meeting on it, and I'll just say two very brief comments on that, how that works. The reason why the Metro JPA is important is for the cities that use the San Diego wastewater sewage system, we're represented on this board to negotiate with San Diego to be treated fairly, both on rates and in regard to infrastructure and how things are handled. Right now, 100% of Coronado's wastewater, meaning our sewage, is pumped under the bay to a pumping station and then pumped out to the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant. That is no longer going to be the case in the near future. 100% of our sewage will be going to the new pure water facility, which is north of University City, and will be turned into drinking water. Because of the drinking water rules in California and about the prior toilet to tap issues that the public had, even though that water is cleaner than our drinking water, it's going to be pumped back into our reservoirs and treated again before being delivered. But the good news is that's all of our sewage from here, and that's going to be happening in the next few years. That plant's almost, well, I won't say completed. A lot of the project is getting the water from here to the plant, more than just building the plant. The other important thing out of that commission is that you will be taking over is in closed session, so we can't talk about what happens, but the subject is straightforward, negotiating with the city of San Diego on who bears the responsibility when they have spills. They've had many sewage spills, and they are being fined or entering into settlement agreements due to those spills and how that's apportioned. So I just wanted to briefly mention that because we only talk about it, I think, once every 1 or 2 years, but it is an important commission to serve on. Just briefly on SANDAG, the San Diego Association of Governments, I'm maintaining my position as the primary for Coronado. As Councilmember Downey was explaining, there are regional appointments, which have resulted previously in me being the primary for South County on the Transportation Committee, Policy Advisory Committee, as well as on the Executive Committee for SANDAG. I just wanted to let Council know we have not met yet to decide the South County representatives and what other committee or commissions we may be on or which you may be able to be appointed to, which is why was the purpose of having all of you as alternates to hope to have you involved with this super important agency. I just did want to point out that SANDAG appointed 3 new directors, so to speak, in the sense of the executive chairs. So we have a new chair, vice chair, and second vice chair. I think it's a breath of fresh air and a good thing for Coronado. I won't get into having to say why I think they're better, except for I'll just say that the new chair is also from a small town coastal community and is very interested in the regional housing needs allocation or housing allocation issue and how that future formula is dictated. As many people know, Coronado had a big problem with having the Navy jobs counted for our allocation, but not the housing on the Navy base, forcing us to sue the state and enter into a settlement agreement and spend hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. So anyways, I'm a little more optimistic for SANDAG as we move forward. My final comment, I just wanted to let you know, actually I'll say one last thing about SANDAG. I don't know if everybody knows, but in the 2 years that I've served as a director on SANDAG, all within the last 7 months or so, we've had the chair of the CEO of SANDAG is no longer there. Both deputy CEOs of SANDAG are no longer there. The CFO of SANDAG is no longer there. And the general counsel of SANDAG is no longer there. And we have a new independent auditor of SANDAG. And one of the changes we implemented is that the general counsel will now be the representative legal counsel for the board of directors as opposed to the staff of SANDAG. So I think, again, the oversight of SANDAG is improving. If you don't know what SANDAG is, briefly, it is a metropolitan planning organization where every city in the county has a representative, and the federal money that pours into the county and the state money that pours in, that is where it gets decided where and how it is spent. So I look forward to continuing in that role. Finally, I know we have stuff to do tonight, but just wanted to briefly mention I was at the U.S. Conference of Mayors this week, just came home. Very interesting, working with the other mayors and learning. Also had a chance to work with our sewage advocates and meet with 5 chiefs of staff for Congress members and meet with Congressmember Dan Crenshaw, primarily to thank them for the work they've done on obtaining the $250 million in funding and the continuing resolution FEMA disaster bill in December, and to help try to start plotting the way forward on what we're going to do on the sewage issue. So there'll be more specifics about what we're doing. Our sewage subcommittee advocates will be here at our next meeting on Tuesday the 4th, and we'll be sort of giving an overview of how we have worked on the situation as a city for the last year. So, all right, let's move on from 10A to item 10B, what I think many people are here for, which is the consideration of applicants for council vacancy and swearing into office of newly appointed council member. This is to fulfill the remainder of the term that I was serving when I was elected to mayor. That term for that seat expires in December 2026. I believe we have 9 applicants here this evening. 1 applicant withdrew his application. That was Mr. Stephen Phillips. We thank him for applying, and I wanted to thank all the candidates for applying. Obviously, only 1 will be chosen tonight, assuming we agree on an appointment. It's difficult when we run, as I have and have not been elected, or when we submit ourselves out there to potentially be appointed and not potentially receive it. 8 people will not receive it, so that is the majority by, the vast majority, over 90% tonight. So I appreciate you putting yourself out there and your willingness to serve the community. I want to go ahead and talk a little bit about how the process is going to run tonight. I imagine many people have seen the agenda. Before we get into the process, I just want to go ahead and make a comment and ask the other council members if they would like to disclose, or if they will please disclose ex-party communications. So we decided on December 17th, the night 3 of us were sworn in at our last meeting, to proceed with an appointment process and see if we can reach an agreement on an appointment. I wanted to set forth since, and I say particularly too because some of the applicants are here, and I did not return your calls or emails seeking, or letters in one instance, seeking to talk about the appointment. I felt that once the appointment process opened, to not participate in discussions about that. So my ex-party communications on it were those requests to speak to candidates, which I did not reply to, and I received a couple of communications from people saying, hey, I applied. So that's the extent since we have decided to proceed with an appointment process of my communications. And Mr. Fleming, do you have any ex-party communications to share?
No, I don't. I had one of the candidates had reached out and requested to meet with me. I didn't reply. I haven't had any communication with any of the candidates since we were sworn in.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes. I had several candidates reach out to me, one who wanted to meet with me and said that I'd meet them all here this evening, and others who just let me know that they had applied.
Yeah, my reason is not that it's totally inappropriate or inappropriate at all. If somebody had chosen to speak with the candidate, they can certainly speak with the candidate. I think it's fine. I just had chosen not to, and I felt it was important to say that tonight because I don't intentionally like to be rude and not respond to people who are reaching out to me. So we can only do so much with telling each other and not violate the Brown Act.
Mayor Duncan?
Yes, sir.
I do want to clarify because I think this might have been what council member Stewart was referring to. I did receive some other emails of candidates notifying me that they had applied, but that was it. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Downey?
Yes, I object to calling this ex parte hearings. That's as an ex parte communication. But in the interest of responding, I received some emails from people that I didn't respond, and I did respond to one communication from Laura Stinton. So that was it.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and proceed with talking about the procedure a little bit tonight, just so that the public knows if they haven't seen the agenda. I know every member of the public doesn't spend a lot of time on the weekend looking over exactly how we're going to run the process. So I'd like to make a few comments about it. So the city clerk is going to conduct a random assignment of interview order for the 9 candidates. We're then going to escort candidates 2 through 9 out of the chambers so that there is no benefit of any of the candidates listening to the other candidates, questions they may receive, and having an advantage with their presentation or answers to council to keep it as fair as possible. So those candidates are asked to please not be on your phones communicating with people here about what's happening, nor watching it, because we do actually live stream this meeting. After that, in the order that's randomly drawn, each candidate will have a chance to come in and give a 2-minute opening statement. Each council member will then have the opportunity to ask the applicant a question if they would like, and of course, follow up if needed for clarification. The goal is not to stymie anybody's ability to communicate or answer. It's just to try to keep the meeting running as efficiently as possible, but we'll use some grace and discretion in regard to that. And then after that, I will ask if the candidate has a closing statement they would like to give, or if there was something that was missed in their answer to one of our questions that they would like to share with us. And again, no one's required to ask a question if they don't feel they have one. That's fine. After each candidate is interviewed, the candidates can remain in the chambers, because eventually, after the last candidate does their presentation, we want everybody here, because at that time, we'll be doing public comment, which obviously everyone is welcome to be here for. And then after public comment, we'll begin council deliberation. And at that time, I'll be going over the voting process. But the voting process with this size of a group, I imagine we will be doing rounds of voting. And before we do the rounds, we'll describe how many votes for each round the council members have for each round, and what the effect of the vote will be. Meaning, we can say, okay, in this first round, each council member has up to 6 votes, only 1 per candidate, no cumulative voting. And to advance beyond that round, a candidate will need 2 votes. But we can certainly discuss it as more as when we get to that point. So with that, do any of the council members have any questions or comments before we proceed? No? All right. Well, if that is where we're at, I think I've introduced it. We do not have a separate staff report on it, so I think I will be turning it over to our clerk to announce the draw if you've already done the draw. And can I ask you, who will be, you'll have someone will escort?
Yes, Deputy City Clerk Alex Sung will be escorting them to the Crown Conference Room, and we'll be pulling them back individually.
Thank you very much.
Okay, if everyone except Mr. John Peterson, please follow Alex out of the side door.
Eight of you should be leaving right now. Meaning everybody except for Mr. Peterson. Is that correct?
Correct.
We'll wait one moment for them to get settled. Thank you. Okay, welcome, sir. Please go ahead and give us your opening statement. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, city manager. Thanks for hosting this. And my kind of first time doing this kind of thing. I'm new to politics, even though this is nonpartisan. But my name is John Peterson. I'm honored to stand here before you as a candidate for city council. This community is more than where just we live. It's a place we proudly call home, filled with history, beauty, environment, spirit that makes us unique. I'm a Naval Academy graduate, a retired Marine colonel. I just retired in June, and I think that's going to bring me to my point where I know the folks that run the bases. I know the folks that are the Naval Region Southwest, the Marine Corps Installations West, personally, and I think that may be able to help the council out should I be selected. Coronado faces challenges today, and I think the biggest one is the sewage crisis that we've all been talking about. Now, what can we do as Coronado? It's kind of hard to fight the federal government. It's kind of hard to make the Navy do what you want them to do, or even the Hilton or Blackstone that owns them. I think that part of what we can do and what I would like to do is bring those organizations together. I mean, Blackstone alone spends $20 million a year lobbying Congress, or excuse me, over the past 5 years lobbying Congress. Why aren't they helping us? Why aren't we working together with them? We may be. I'm outside of this process for right now. Kind of a bit of a Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, or perhaps Theodore Roosevelt's speech, Citizenship in a Republic, we're the man in the arena. And that's, after I left the Marine Corps, I decided after a few months I needed to do something more. I felt I missed that sense of civic engagement, that sense of service. Supporting the military community, like I mentioned earlier, as a Naval Academy grad and retired Marine, I know these people. We have to work together with the military. It should be a nice, easy relationship, and I can foster that. We have all sorts of issues with traffic and mobility, parking, streets. We have e-bike problems. There's a lot of things that need to be dealt with. But if we don't deal with the sewage crisis, I think a lot of our traffic problems will eventually dry up as we see folks from Arizona and elsewhere choosing to go to Carlsbad or choosing to go to Del Mar for the summer as opposed to coming here. And we've seen that firsthand.
You just want to give a quick concluding to your opening comments right now, and then we'll go ahead and go to questions. Council?
That's all I have. I'll conclude and turn to your questions.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Mr. Fleming, do you mind leading us off with questions?
No, I'm happy to, and I want to thank you for applying and for your interest in serving the city. My question is, assuming that the City Council had voted in favor of spending between $250,000 and $475,000 to hold a special election instead of doing what we're doing now, would you have formed a campaign and run for the vacant council seat? And if so, do you think that you would have won, and why?
I would have, and I plan to, if I don't get this one in 2 years. And I think that appointment was the right move to save the city some money. However, if there was an election, I would have thrown my hat in the ring. I decided while watching the campaign play out in all of our local papers, and and social media is what it is. And I saw a lot of things I didn't like, but I also thought, if not me, then who? Who's going to do this? Man in the Arena reference, if you know that speech. So the answer to your question is yes, I would run. Do I think I would win? I'd like to think I would. I have a unique background of being close to the candidates that I've read. And believe me, when I looked at everybody's resume, I thought, wow, these are some really great folks. You know, there's police officers, there's folks that have been on the council before, a lot of impressive resumes. What I bring is I'm the new guy. And I think I can bring a lot of fresh ideas and a lot of new opinions on things. So yes, I would run, and I plan to in 2 years if I don't get it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Downey?
I just have one more question for you. As somebody that did what you did, I ran the first time in 2000 after retiring from the military the year before. I didn't win that first time. I won when I waited 4 years after I'd been more involved in Coronado, had become the president of the PTA where my kids were in school here. They just started, so I could never have done it before that. But the first year, they wanted me to be president. One of the things that I tell anybody that wants to come and be in our council, go learn the community, go be in organizations. So outside of retiring from the military, how do you know what the Coronado residents think and what they want? What organizations help you do that, or where do you do that?
Well, I read a lot. I read, one of my mentors, General Mattis, said you have to read to know, and there's nothing new under the sun. And so while I do keep up on all the papers and all the social media feeds, which is half of what I think I should be doing, I coach in the community. I coach the girls lacrosse. I coach the boys at the high school. I also served on the board of the girls lacrosse, and so that's what I've been interested in. I've been here for 5 years, and I decided I needed to get involved. So I certainly applaud your civic engagement, and I plan to do that.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coaching. We need more of those also.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for throwing your hat in the ring. Really appreciate it. Successful collaboration requires leadership and followership. Please share an example where your followership contributed to a team effort.
Well, there's so many of those from the military days where you're taught that if you want to be a leader, then you have to first be a good follower, and that started in my days at the Naval Academy. There's so many examples of where you're on a staff where you're the unheralded hero, or excuse me, not a hero, you're unheralded, I guess I should say, and it's your job to get your boss promoted. There were times when I was in Afghanistan or Iraq where we had convoys to run, where we had people to, and I was not someone kicking doors in like many of our neighbors here. I ran logistics convoys and did engineering and ran plants and things like that. So certainly no movies about that kind of thing these days. But there were particular examples where we wanted to do new. I mean, this is just one off the top of my head. I didn't know I was going to get this question. Where we wanted to do a new exercise. We wanted to go out and work with the Army up in Michigan, and ran into a lot of resistance. And I promised my boss that I would make it happen and make him look good. And of course, he said, "I just don't want you to get in trouble. Don't spend too much money. Don't get yourself caught up in a bill we can't pay. Here's what our budget is." And we pushed it through. I got many phone calls from people on the staff asking me what I was trying to do, why I was doing this, that they were going to ruin my career if I overspent by a penny. And of course, my boss supported me. I pushed it through. We did the exercise. And of course, this is not combat, but it was, $60-70 million of commitment that I had a tacit blank check, but of course I would be held accountable if we got it wrong. And we didn't, and now they do that exercise every year. So that's just one, probably seemingly insignificant, but I think it's an example that, and my boss got promoted. So, that's one that I can use. That was 2018. So.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. So I have a quick question reviewing your application letter. I was curious if you would like to, and you certainly don't have to, but if you wanted to talk a little bit about the small business owner,
sure.
the aspect that you referenced.
So I've started several. Some have worked. Some I still have business cards that aren't worth anything and stock that's not worth the paper it's printed on. But I kept trying. So I have one small business that my wife and I run. Really, my wife does. I do the contracts kind of thing that makes small replica military, let's say, memorabilia. They're really flags. And we've had that business for about 15 years with the Marine Corps, both here and in Paris Island, where we make the little unit representative flags. They're called guidons, but that's not common lexicon. And that's been pretty successful for us. And the other business I started a year ago, and one of the reasons I didn't throw my hat in the ring is for the last election, was one, I had just retired from the Marine Corps in June, and two, I had just started this little energy consulting firm. So I have a DoD customer, and they pay me to evaluate technologies in the energy related. So it's everything from nuclear, space, solar, even fuel efficiency stuff for aircraft or vehicles or hybrid or electric cars. And we go out and find small companies that are doing interesting things, get them some research and development dollars, and shepherd them through the DoD process, which is challenging and not normal to most non-DoD type companies, and try to bring them to fruition, get them into programs and into things like the F-35 or the C-17 or giant batteries for trucks to replace generators, that kind of thing. So really a consulting firm.
I appreciate that. If you would like, you can make a brief concluding statement, and just in order for time, and we'll move forward. So you have 30 seconds. If there's anything else you'd like to tell us, or any other priorities or qualities you want to share with us.
I think the one thing that keeps me up at night about the sewage crisis, and I'm watching the clock tick down here, and I know there's folks waiting to talk. One of my fears is, watching the news, and as I said, I read a lot, is that this sewage crisis will become like the homeless industrial complex, and I call it the sewage industrial complex, where there's so many hundreds of millions, even 1.5 billion is the last estimate I saw, that the problem becomes so big that no one actually wants to solve it because you got to keep the money flowing. So I think, keeping an eye, like was mentioned earlier, on keeping a track of the expenditures and how this money flows is something we really need to keep an eye on. Because if it becomes too big and no one wants it to end, then it will never get fixed.
Well, thank you so much for your comments. I really appreciate your candidness. And you are welcome, sir, to stay here in the audience and sit back in the front if you'd like as we proceed through the evening. So thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You have the next candidate when ready, Kelsey?
Yes, will be David Hawk.
Oh. Good evening, sir. Whenever you're ready, feel free to proceed with your opening statement.
So, hi, I'm Dave Hawk. Judy and I have been married 34 years. And 4 years ago, we moved to Coronado to fulfill our dream of retiring here. Well, every time I cross the bridge, I'm just overwhelmed by the beauty of our city. And I want to help protect it, leveraging my energy, my fiscal responsibility, and my experience in business and technology. I am seasoned with contracts and accounting statements and budgets, and since I conduct no business here, I have no conflicts of interest. My resume illustrates my community service, and I'm a collaborative problem solver. Leading a school organization, my first task was to work with the IRS or congressman to restore our nonprofit status. I led a team to resolve the issue, and then I implemented accounting software to capture years of records and then manage the books going forward. But I also apply common sense and critical thinking when solving problems. 3 examples. 1, as an avid cyclist, I'm concerned to see kids speeding on e-bikes without helmets and with both hands and eyes on their phones. Why not have our on-campus police teach the current laws and bicycle safety to these kids? 2, in Case Park, we already have laws and signage that many dog owners ignore. To protect, a dog fence will not change that behavior. So to protect children, why not have a fence around the playground? Third, the Tijuana River situation is more than just an environmental disaster. It impacts our local economy. And we have a lot to thank to many people and organizations that have gotten the federal government to step up and do something about it now. But traditional sewage treatment plants process only what goes down the drain. Tijuana sewage indicates massive volumes of stormwater. So we really need to go ahead and have a backup plan for that, because when the stormwater affects the system, we will have problems. So thank you for your consideration, and I would be honored to work with you and my fellow citizens.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Downey, would you like to lead us off, please? Yeah, please stay. We have questions.
Yes, okay,
We're
of course.
Any council member can ask you a question if they would like.
Understood.
You certainly don't have to. I expect most will. And I just want to mention for anybody in the audience or also for our council members, you're going to have up to 1 minute to answer each question in a full minute. So it's a little longer than maybe some people might have expected, but we do want to hear your answers. So we'll go ahead and have Councilmember Downey start if she has a question for you, please.
Good evening.
Since you moved here 4 years ago, can you tell me how you've gotten involved with the community to learn what your fellow neighbors, residents want out of our council, want out of our city? Are you in the Rotary, or do you do any volunteer work with the schools, or how do you get to meet other people in our community to learn what they may want?
Yeah, my main volunteer work is off the island, to be honest. My current major project has been working with people who are visually impaired and getting them to get out of their homes and to get on a bicycle with us, and that's been my major focus.
Thank you very much. And after this is all said and done, let's chat. I'm with the Lions Club, and we do a lot with the visually impaired, so I'd love to work with you on that.
It's a great organization, and it really makes you feel good as well as helping people.
Thank you so much, and thank you for applying.
Thank you.
Councilmember Stewart.
Thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you.
Successful collaboration requires leadership and followership. Please share an example of where your followership contributed to a team effort.
I really think, going back to that one example I had of it was a Poway choir club of boosters, and I was brought in. It was kind of funny because it was going to be an easiest job in the world. They wanted a president. It would be the easiest job, and I quickly stumbled upon the fact that They hadn't paid taxes in 7 years or filed taxes in 7 years. So my wife was joking with me. That is not an easy one. But, we had our treasurer immediately resign. And so basically people rallied around to really save the organization because we were going to be about $100,000 in debt and back taxes if we didn't fix it. And so in that case, people looked to me, but I looked to them in order to get the problem solved, and we did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes, and I want to thank you for coming and applying. Assuming that the city council had voted in favor of doing a special election instead of appointing somebody to this seat, would you have formed a campaign and run for this seat through the special election? And if you would have, do you believe that you would have won? And if so, why?
Well, first of all, I must say my inspiration did come out when a couple of good friends of mine, neighbors, said, "Hey, you should apply," and they really wanted to rally behind me, and so that made me think. If I'm not picked, yes, I would run. One thing I would do to help have a winning campaign is, first of all, I'm highly energetic, even though I've recovered from cancer. And thank you, Mr. Duncan. I'm glad that you've recovered as well. So I would walk through the city, hit every door. And I think really the key thing I have is, my technology experience, my common sense. I think I could bring a lot to the city to really help protect it and make it better. And I would do my best to convey that to constituents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again for being here, Mr. Hawk. I appreciate it. The question I'll ask you is kind of an interesting one, and you can also take whatever time after that if you don't have a long answer for it, for anything else you'd like to share with us before we finish tonight. But my question for you is, with these various organizations you've been involved with, how do you think the people in those organizations would describe you and the best qualities you brought to those organizations?
I would say energy and enthusiasm. Highly energetic, and when it comes to working with blind people, they really appreciate the fact that I really help pull along the whole organization. I also think that people find me to have a lot of initiative, to think out of the box and get things done. And also, we do a lot of more than just the the tasks that we're doing. We do a lot of things that have side benefits. For example, we take boys camping back. When I was a Boy Scout leader, we take them backpacking, and we taught them a policy called "Leave No Trace," which is a matter of having the children learn to not damage the environment and to take out more than they bring in. And so that alone was just a side thing we did, but I think we really built a lot of kids to really be sensitive to the ecology by doing that.
All right, sir, I appreciate you being here, and you're welcome to stay in the audience as we go through the remainder of the interviews until we get to public comment and move forward with the procedure. But I really do appreciate you applying and your effort. Thank you, sir.
The next applicant will be Kelly Purvis, who is on her way over right now.
Thank you, Kelsey. Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome to start whenever you are ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's still afternoon to me, Mayor Duncan, Councilmember Downey, Fleming, and Amy Stewart. Nice to see you. My name is Kelly Purvis, and I'm honored to speak before you today as I express my sincere desire to be appointed to the Coronado City Council. Since 1987, I have been an active and committed member of the Coronado community. My professional and volunteer experience, including 11 years in the city manager's office, has equipped me with the tools to serve our city effectively and immediately if appointed as the fifth member of this council today. In my role in the city's you know what? I'm really nervous. And I'll tell you why. Because this is an important job. I think this is the best thing you can do for your community, and it's taken me 38 years to get here. So if I'm nervous today, it's because I really believe that the City Council makes a difference in this community. I've worked the last 11 years with the city manager, under 3 different city managers. I love this town. I've worked in the schools. I've worked with students in the schools. I've worked with 3 or 4 kids every year on USC admissions over the last 30 years. I've worked on KCMS in the middle school. I've worked on end-to-end. During the pandemic, when it was really scary in this community, I was here working tirelessly in the city manager's office. This is an incredible place. Carrie, you're right. There's no place like Coronado. We do things right here. If I were to be appointed today, I would be really excited to work the next 19, 20 months. It would be a fabulous opportunity. I do believe in the political election process. I've worked on a lot of elections in this community. I worked on a proposition which requires double the work. I know what it's like to ring doorbells, talk to people, answer questions, and that's important. Please give me the opportunity to be appointed. I look forward to whatever you decide tonight. I know you'll be doing it for the best for our community. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Councilmember Stewart, would you like to lead us off with the questions for Ms. Purvis?
Yes. Thank you so much for applying.
Absolutely.
My question is, successful collaboration requires leadership and followership. Please share an example where your followership contributed to a team effort.
Oh, it would have to be during the pandemic, working with the most amazing group of people in this community. Initially we met every day by Zoom, and we were all new Zoomies, so we didn't know how to turn on sound, etc. But we got through it, and it was the hospital, a representative from the police department, fire department, a representative from every community, village, K, shores, and we worked together to figure out what was going on in town and how we could best serve this community. And there wasn't a question that we wouldn't find an answer to. And there was a lot of disinformation during that time, and I was really careful to say, let's think about this, guys, before we move forward. These are important decisions. So I would say my collaboration during the end-to-end and the working during the pandemic would be an instance of that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Downey?
I have an unusual question for you.
Okay.
You are everybody who wrote in about you said the same thing, a go-getter, and can solve all problems. And the problem with that is when you're up here, you can't be hands-on. We have staff for that. And it's a very hard line to cross. So what's going to happen when you're up here, we're making policy decisions, and you can look at somebody doing your old job and say, oh, I can do that better. Let me just see if I can help. Are you going to be able to separate yourself? Because it is very hard to do.
It's a good question, Carrie. Absolutely. I'm ready. I've been working really hard for 11 years. And I know that we have capable staff. I trust them. I know they do good work here, and I'm really going to be able to do that. I know a lot of the history. I know a lot of information. I've read more agendas than most. I've been in this room a lot over the last 11 years. Really, my first participation was 38 years ago when I came down and we were discussing the FAR. So I've been paying attention for a long time. And yes, I will be able to trust the staff and make decisions based on the information.
Thank you, and thank you for running.
Thanks.
Fleming?
Hi, Kelly.
Hi, Mark.
My question is, assuming that the City Council had voted in favor of doing a special election instead of the appointment, would you have formed a campaign and run for the office? And if you had, do you believe you would have won, and why?
Honestly, I don't know if I would have done it or not. I've thought about it. I'm not scared of campaigns. After today, I think I would. If you decide to do a special election, I will run. This isn't an easy process, believe me, and you do not have the support of the whole community with the vote taking. And so I feel very strongly that in a perfect world, if it didn't cost us any money and it was a longer term, I would have supported a special election. Do I think I will win? I never go into anything not thinking I'm going to win. I try really hard. Now, do I win everything? No. But I always go in with a positive attitude, and I do the work to make it happen. So I would hope that I would be able to win, and I would do my best.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You know, if you are appointed, you might have to tell the Cultural Arts Commission no sometime. Can you do that?
They know. They know. They know. And so do the nonprofits know that I don't say yes to everybody, but I say no nicely.
Let me ask you a quick question. I know you mentioned in your opening comments about working with council for, maybe the 18 to 20 month or, whatever period is left of the term. Mm-hmm. There will be an election, and for 2 seats will be up for election in November 2026. If you have thoughts on it or want to share, I was curious. I just want to make sure I didn't misunderstand what you were saying. Have you decided you would not run, you might run, or you will run in 2026? I just want to make sure it's not conveyed. You don't have to answer what you will do for sure, but I was just curious if you were trying to say something when you made the comment.
I wasn't trying to imply anything. I think a decision to run needs to happen close to that time when you declare, and depending on where you are with your lives. As we all know, things change. Life happens. I've seen council members be here for 18 years. And I've seen council members be here for 4. And I actually have seen appointments that lasted 2. I went back and did the history, and there was an appointment who lasted 2 years. So I don't want to answer, will I run? But if it's the right situation and I've enjoyed the job, which I'm expecting to, I would definitely think about running 2 years from now.
I appreciate the clarification. And just quickly, if there's any closing statement you want to share with us or any other particular issue we didn't touch on, you're welcome to take a minute and do that. Thank you.
I just want to thank all of you sitting at the dais, including our city manager, for the work you do in our community. It's hard. It's hard to be an elected official, and I'm getting a taste of it already from the calls I'm getting. It's also hard to be a staff member in this city. Our bar is very, very high, but I am so pleased with what has happened in this community over the last 38 years. It's my home. I love it here. My family was here. I think my 2 daughters are somewhere in the background. Are they here? Yeah, they're here. So, it's just a really cool place to raise our families and to be involved at the level we've all been involved in. And I appreciate everything you've done. And the people who have also put their name out here today. This is not an easy run.
Thank you. I'm going to stop you there. We are letting candidates go a little bit over to make sure we hear what they have to say. I would just like to mention one thing, though, that if anybody in the public does not understand or is wondering, and the city manager and city attorney and I have spoken, and again, the city attorney is somewhere up there listening to us now. If any city employee applies for the council position and is appointed, obviously that city employee will have to resign their employment with the city to take the new position. So thank you very much for being here tonight. Appreciate your application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next applicant will be Richard Negrete, who will be coming in shortly.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for being here, and you're welcome to start with an opening statement whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and staff. My name is Richard Negrete, and I've been a proud member of this community since 1982, when I began my career in public service as a Coronado police officer. Back then, I took on diverse responsibilities, from driving the fire department ambulance to personally delivering city council agendas to council members' homes. Over the years, I've had the privilege of witnessing and contributing to the evolution of our great city. After 4 years with the Coronado Police, I transitioned to state service in San Diego, all while remaining a dedicated Coronado resident. For over 30 years, I worked with elected officials, serving as a Department of Justice supervising special agent under 6 attorney generals, and later with the San Diego District Attorney's Office. Beyond criminal justice, my experience spans public service roles, serving on executive steering committees, emergency management boards, advisory panels, and professional standard groups. I've also managed high-level budgets at the state level, focusing on program development and personnel. As the district attorney's tribal liaison, I work closely with 18 distinct tribal governments, fostering trust, solving complex issues, and building meaningful partnerships. These experiences have honed my ability to navigate competing interests, solve problems resourcefully, and build consensus, skills I'm eager to bring to the City Council. Coronado is more than just my home. It's where I built my career, I raised my family, and invested my time and energy over 3 decades. I'm deeply committed to balancing and preserving the unique character of our small town while addressing important challenges of a modern, thriving community. With my extensive background in public service, I'm committed to serving in this position without any political agenda, and my focus will be addressing issues based on their merits and finding a practical solution that will benefit all residents. I will approach this role with a bipartisan mindset, valuing collaboration, respect for diverse perspectives, and a dedication to making decisions that reflect the best interests of Coronado. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. We're going to begin with council questions now. And you're going to have a full minute, just so you know, to answer each of the questions that are asked.
Yes, sir.
And if you're finishing, we're not going to cut you off at 5 seconds, and we're going to try to have you finish your answer to the questions if you need a few seconds. So we'll start with Councilmember Fleming.
Oops, thanks for coming in.
Yes.
My question for you is, had the city voted to run a special election instead of an appointment as we're going through the process now, had we gone the route of a special election, would you have applied? Would you have started a campaign and run for the office? And if so, do you think you would have won? And if you believe you would have won, why?
Well, I would have seriously considered putting my name had we had a special election, although my personal feeling was that was not in the best interest of the city. Right now, my primary focus for this appointment is to serve and make an effective contribution during this 2-year term and dedicate my full attention to the issues. By fulfilling the responsibility of this appointment. Whether I would have ran for the election, it's hard to say based on the needs of the city and the progress that we'll make, hopefully, if I receive this appointment. Had I won, if I would have possibly ran, I would have been confident in winning, only because of my record in public service, my wealth of experience of dealing with different communities, and knowing the issues firsthand here in Coronado. I offer a deep understanding of government processes, an ability to navigate complex issues, and a proven track record of fostering trust and building partnerships. My commitment to fairness and my passion for serving Coronado would have guided me in whether I would have ran in that special election or not.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Downey.
Thank you for applying. We greatly appreciate it, and thank you for your service in law enforcement. I have a question. You've lived here since '82, and I appreciate your decades of understanding Coronado. But right now, where are you getting your feedback from other residents? Are you in a service club? Are you in the beer club? Are you in the Rotary? Are you in, how are you finding out what your fellow residents and neighbors think? Because that's one of the ways you can be effective as a council person or a candidate, is having a connection with people other than yourself.
Well, I have not had the opportunity to serve on any official commissions or boards here in Coronado. I feel that I have contributed as a volunteer in other areas very closely related to the city. For the past 5 years and during the pandemic, I was a heavy volunteer at Sharp Coronado Hospital, where I played a pivotal role in the introduction and coordination and implementation of the vaccine in January of 2021. like I said, I was a Sharp Hospital volunteer during this rollout in assisting in the coordination and implementation of the vaccine efforts to ensure an efficient and effective process for the community. During that time, if any of you were here, it was somewhat chaotic, and it was not just the residents of Coronado. It was a lot of outside communities seeking the vaccination here, and because of my Spanish-speaking abilities, Sharp Coronado administrators really leaned on me to, be here 3-4 times a week. At that time, I had just retired from state service, so I was able to give the dedication that was needed, offering 3 to 4 times a week. And plus, I was the one that I would be first up in line to be called and asked to come to this rec center right here where we did the vaccination clinic.
Thank you. Councilmember Stewart?
Thank you for throwing your hat into the ring. Successful collaboration requires leadership and followership. Please share an example where your followership contributed to a team effort.
Well, as you may have heard, I was the tribal liaison for the county of San Diego, which was a big responsibility, and I served in that position for 4 years. I served as a trusted advisor not only to the district attorney herself, but also to the sheriff. My responsibility was for addressing justice-related issues for California Indian citizens and faithfully serving tribes by protecting their health, safety, reducing risk, and promoting tribal sovereignty. For example, I coordinated support for Senate Bill 1160 and testified in front of Public Safety Committee hearings in Sacramento. And during my time, I helped implement domestic and child custody protection orders for tribal communities, all while addressing jurisdictional prosecutions. I realize there's 3 lawyers on this panel, and to develop all that within a Public Law 280 state took a lot of balancing and a lot of relationship building between the county and the 18 tribal governments who seek their sovereignty, but also it's difficult for them to live under the public law jurisdictional issues. So to answer your question, Ms. Stewart, that was a big effort that I put together, and it was a team effort in terms of trying to get this public safety notice recognized by the actual superior courts of this county and to implement the child in custody issues. And now that is in effect because of a lot of our efforts.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the final question I have. I was curious if there are any particular issues that you see as large issues facing Coronado or issues that are of particular concern to yourself that you'd like to discuss just briefly in the last minute. You have the minute to answer my question. You can also make a concluding statement if you would like. Thank you.
You said it before when you started the meeting. I mean, the obvious issue is the environmental catastrophe that we've been dealing with. I would like to say, and aside from that, is that even though it's probably the worst it's ever been, we're probably in the best position we've ever been as well. But what I'm more concerned with, if I'm chosen to be in this position, is the everyday issues that impact Coronado citizens. I don't know when's the last time that you walked down Orange Avenue, but my wife and I do it. My wife of 39 years and I do it every day around noon. And the traffic and the congestion and the parking, what I dealt with back in 1982 is still very relevant today. We have made some efforts by the roundabouts, by some of the other issues that we've done, but I would like to see more public safety in terms of our thoroughfare on Orange Avenue and 3rd and 4th Avenue. And some of the other problem areas that I see too, the 1300 block of Orange. It, to me, as a former police officer and a traffic investigator, and I had a short time serving for the California Highway Patrol as well, I just feel like we have just a recipe for disaster when I see all the cars on weekends and all the pedestrians on weekends. And there are some steps that I would want to bring forward to minimize the citizens' risk and the tourism risk of when they walking down the street or visiting the Hotel Del on peak times of Friday and Saturday nights?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your answer, and we really do appreciate your application. It takes a lot to just put yourself out there in the public. So I appreciate it. Please have a seat, and we'll proceed with the other interviews and then public comment deliberations. Thank you.
The next candidate will be Mark Warner, who should be coming in shortly.
The other applicants cause the injury, sir? Mr. Warner, take your time, and whenever you're ready, we won't obviously start until you're ready, sir.
So the good news is in 2 weeks I'm done. So it's not that bad. Tore my meniscus.
Oof, I have done that before.
Yeah.
It's very difficult.
It's all good. Okay. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to address you. As one of the 3 applicants whose campaigning has had campaigned diligently in the last election cycle, I'm eager to serve Coronado. A fair and transparent election is the cornerstone of our democracy, and it is essential for the electorate to have recently had the chance to engage with those running for office. The people applying for this position are impressive individuals. You will be evaluating whether their professional and volunteer backgrounds demonstrate their preparedness and suitability for this role. Also, please consider someone you can work with going forward. I have been a resident of Coronado for 26 years. My wife and I raised 2 children here, and we have been fortunate to benefit from all that Coronado has had to offer. As a Rotarian, I uphold the motto of service before self. For over 20 years, I have been giving back to our community through various public and private forums, serving on many boards and committees. Last week, my fellow commissioners reelected me as the chair of the Historic Resource Commission. Now, I have never harbored any political ambitions and have never envisioned myself running for the city council. However, when Mayor Bailey and a current city council member suggested I run, I reconsidered my suitability for the role. Upon reviewing my resume, I realized that my civic and professional experiences had prepared me for this position. Now, here's some things you may want to know about me. I'm a fiscal conservative, and I'm a social moderate. I approach every situation and problem with an open mind. I believe in the power of collaboration to find solutions that benefit the greater good. I'm an independent thinker, I'm a leader, and I'm a good team member. I also have a lot of common sense. Thank you. Appreciate your time, and I appreciate your service to Coronado.
Thank you. And as you can see, if your answer goes 15 or 20 seconds
and I appreciate
over,
that very much,
we're trying to let everybody finish because the 2-minute window is pretty tight. So with the questions from council members, you'll have a full minute to answer per question, so not including their questions. So hopefully that'll give you a little time. So Councilmember Downey, would you like to start the questions, please?
Yes. Mr. Warner, thank you very much for applying for the position and putting yourself out there, and thank you for your service on the HRC. You mentioned in your opening statement about your service with Rotary, and I'm asking everybody, one of the things about being on council is to be able to understand what the community is thinking, what they want, what their concerns are.
Right.
So where do you get that? Do you go to Rotary meetings every week? Do you go to your church? Do you go to the beer club? Where are you finding out what other residents want and care about in our community?
I'd go talk to people. And a good example of this is when I was the Commodore of the Yacht Club, I was a relatively new member of the Yacht Club. I was a member for 2 years, and I got elected to the board. I'm still trying to figure out why.
Wow.
I went up pretty quick, and I was the fastest person in the history of the club to become the Commodore. I don't know why. But when you're in that position, you don't know that much. I mean, you don't have a lot of history. And so I found myself asking questions of lots of members about why did we do this? Why are we here? How did this happen? And I got great answers. One of them was, we have a thing for the old timers. We give them a lunch. I thought that was a little derogatory to call them old timers. Well, I went and asked them. I said, well, you want to change this to another name? They were offended. I've been waiting for 20 years to be an old timer. Don't take that away from me. So I just learned so many things by talking to people, finding about how they got to where they got, and what we do. People are generally very smart, and there's reasons they got to where they got. You just got to understand how they got there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stewart.
Thank you. Thank you for running and also for throwing your hat into the ring again. So, successful collaboration requires leadership and followership. Please share an example where your followership contributed to a team effort.
Gosh, I don't know. That's a great question. Followership. I'm usually out in front for some weird reason. I can't really cite an example. I'm sorry. I tend to be out in front. It just seems to be my natural inclination. And then I stop and I go, and I surround myself with people that really know what they're talking about and are better at it. I really believe in that saying, surround yourself with people who are smarter than you are. It just works. And when you do something and it's successful, give the team the credit. And if it isn't so successful, take the blame. That's how I conduct myself. I've just always done it this way. Even when I was a kid being a quarterback on the football team, I was just going, we scored, great job. That's just how I do things. That's just who I am.
Thank you.
I hope.
And Mr. Fleming, Councilmember Fleming, you have a question, sir?
Yes. Welcome, Mark.
Hi.
I assume this means you had your procedure?
I did, December 27th, yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
2 more weeks.
I'm glad you're on the heel.
Thank you.
My
For that question, Mr. Fleming, I'll go ahead. No. Don't take his time.
Easy one. That's a softball.
Go ahead.
Here's a bit difficult. Assuming the city council had voted in favor of doing a special election instead of an appointment, would you have run for the office for that special election to fill this vacant seat? And if so, do you believe you would have won? And if so, why?
I absolutely would have done it. I don't quit. I'm a very persistent guy. I did this for the right reasons. I'm here to serve the city, the citizens of Coronado. I feel I'm the right guy. I just do. And I'm sort of shocked that I think that, because I've always held the city council in such high regard. I can't believe I would ever even have a shot of being up there. So, yes. So I would have absolutely run for city council on a special election. Do I think I would have won? I do.
And
hell,
why?
I thought I was going to win this one. So,
and
so
why?
What am I going to say? Yes.
Why do you think you would have won?
It would have been really tough for the reasons you didn't do it, because of the low voter turnout, which we saw when Barbara Denny ran. You just get low turnout, but I'm an optimist. I really think I would have won. I think I'm the right guy. I ran a clean campaign. I was above board about everything. I was honest, direct. I even said, when asked me a question I didn't know the answer, I said I didn't know. I'll go find out, but I don't know everything. So I just feel that I do represent this town. I've been here for a good amount of time, and I feel I know the citizens, and I'm a very fair, honest, moral, upstanding guy. And I think that would have come across.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for your application and throwing your hat back in the ring. Again, I appreciate it. My question for you would be, are there any issues facing the city that you would like to touch on or discuss at all this evening?
It's the obvious ones. It's the transborder sewage issue. Thank you for everything you've done and everything Richard Bailey did. I think we're set for success, but the old adage is don't spike the football until you cross the goal line. We're not there. We need to follow through and be persistent in getting that done. And when it's done, let's how do we fund this thing into perpetuity so we never have to do this again? That to me is one of the biggest issues that is facing the city. You recently passed the single plastic ordinance. Great. I think we have room on that. Do better. But it's a great start. Thanks. The EV bikes, again, great start. Can we do better? Crosswalk on Alameda, 6th. That was one of my little things. The Kays Park. I had totally agreed with what this last city council did, and you set up this council for success and give them the options to pick and choose and to cost benefit portions of that project and go back to the citizens and see what they really want, need, and what do they want to pay for. I think that's a huge issue. So that's something we need to look at too.
Thank you. Is there any concluding statement?
No. Thank
All
you.
right, sir.
Appreciate
I appreciate
everything
your
you've done,
concise
and
answers.
hope to work with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
The next candidate tonight will be Laura Wilkinson-Sinton, who will be joining us right now.
Good evening. Take your time whenever you're ready to begin with an opening
Thank you.
statement.
Mayor, council members, I want to thank you for this opportunity, truly. My run for this city council was close to success, a margin of 80 votes of over 15,000 cast for the two positions. I live in the Kays. Our 1,200 homes and the unique needs of Kays residences, they deserve representation on this council. Congressman Scott Peters, Assemblymember Berner, IB's mayor, past and present, and the city's employee union, and others, all endorsed my campaign because of my advocacy and my love for my community. I've spent years building trust and respect with officials from regional and state agencies, and cooperation from those entities, as you know, is crucial to Coronado's future within San Diego County. I lead StopTheSewage.org, honored by both California State Assembly and State Senate, and I mentor the award-winning Stop the Sewage Club at our high school. I'm a founding member of a coalition of nonprofits and the Health Task Force addressing the sewage effects on our health and our beaches here in Coronado. We've been instrumental in securing critical funding, changing laws, and solving this problem, and we just compelled the CDC to open an investigation on health impacts just this last week. I've launched a series of startup ventures, including one for which I recorded an episode of Shark Tank, fun fact. I've held Fortune 500 executive positions in the energy sector and in broadcasting, and for the record, I have never owned a marijuana business. I have served on the board of the South County Economic Development Council for a number of years and served on Coronado's climate advisory group to this council. I'm an SDSU graduate with a master's in sustainability leadership from Arizona State University. Growing threats of extreme floods and wildfires require informed public policy leadership. My research at ASU on Coronado's climate change effects, mobility, drought, sea level rise, and resilience planning, combined with my regional relationships, can help us prepare the safest future for all of Coronado, including and especially the fragile Kays. I bring trust, respect, and my working relationships across the bridge to help protect our community, and will bring a much-needed voice for the Kays, who have been voiceless since Councilmember Hines left this council. I am the best qualified candidate, and I hope to earn your vote tonight. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So each council member has a potential question for you. You'll have a full 1 minute to answer that question. If you go a little bit over time on any answer, that's fine. We don't want people to feel too constrained. And then if you have a brief concluding statement after the questions, we'll do that as well. So let's go ahead and start with Council Member Fleming.
Good evening, Laura.
Good evening.
My question is, assuming that the City Council had voted in favor of doing a special election instead of an appointment, would you have run for the vacant seat for the special election?
Yes, sir, I would have.
Okay. And assuming that you would have, then, do you believe you would have won, and why?
Well, I can't speculate on whether I would win or not. That is up to the voters of Coronado. I would certainly campaign hard in the same way. I think I probably would not have the same set of negative advertising towards me that happened before that I didn't have a chance to reply to. But I think I would win because I think the people of the Cays would really step up. I know they did this time too. If we were a district, I would be sitting on the council right now. So I believe that, and there was another precinct that I won straight outright too, along the port side where the Bay Area apartments are. So in that precinct, I won outright. So I know I have a lot of people who know who I am and know what I stand for, and I think I would continue to campaign on those same things, and I believe the people of Coronado would vote me in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Downey?
Hi, Laura. One of the things that I ask everybody is, what are you going to do to get the opinions of your neighbors and other people in Coronado? Because when we're up here, we represent other people, and we have to find out what the city's thinking. We love when people come and talk to us at the dais, but a lot of them we meet at the grocery store or in the organizations we belong to. So where would you get your opinions of what your neighbors think? Are you in Rotary, or do you do volunteer at the school, or where do you get opinions from?
Well, there's lots of places that I volunteer where people offer their opinions. I mean, we live in Coronado. A lot of people offer opinions in Coronado. I think I would regiment it on the council for myself. I would make sure that I had a coffee at the Cays once a week. I could be at Calypso Cafe and hear that. Where I heard the opinions is the same way I heard it before. I knocked on over 1,700 doors here. And my first questions to these first people was, what are your concerns for Coronado? Not vote for me, but what are your concerns for Coronado? What keeps you up at night? What are the things that concern you? And that's where I came up with the 3 items that I ran on primarily. The sewage issue was number 1, e-bike safety was number 2. And the third one was concerns about the community resilience with flooding and these big storms that are coming.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Stewart. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Laura. Successful collaboration requires leadership and followership. Please share an example of where your followership contributed to a team effort.
I think one of the recent ones is on the Transboundary Pollution Coalition that I helped found in the South County dealing with the sewage issue. It was a collection of nonprofits, many of whom signed on to policy papers, which I know Mayor Duncan is aware of. My father had a saying that, Laura, if there are 10 people in the room and you're doing more than 10% of the talking, you're talking too much. So really, it's a listening exercise more than asserting opinions. It's listening to what people have to say and using that guidance and collaboration. I think a perfect example of this was the council prior to this when they dealt with the shores and the fires issue. We had people who wanted to keep the wood-burning fires. We had residents in the shores who couldn't breathe. And the council found a middle ground. Everyone was a little unhappy, but that was a perfect example of collaboration and getting to yes all the way around. And sometimes you have to, not necessarily horse trade, but sometimes you have to give up something that's dear to you to compromise, because I think the perfect is the enemy of the good. Does that answer your question, Councilmember Stewart? Thank you.
Thank you. So you mentioned 3 issues, or your primary issues that you're running on. If maybe exclude the sewage issue, because I think we have talked about that quite a bit. But of course, it's your time to talk as you want. But I'd be interested in the other 2 issues as well: the climate resiliency, I believe you said, as well as e-bikes. If you have any comments on like where we are, where we should go, and also feel free if you want to talk about any other issue of importance that you think is facing the council or the city going forward.
Thank you. On e-bike safety, I did work with our Assembly member, Tasha Berner, on the law that she got passed that restricted e-bikes by age. She wanted it to go bigger, but she had to make compromises along the way as the sausage in Sacramento is made. It takes a while, and she'd like to revisit some of that. I think that's a public safety issue. I mean, we all live in fear of that. And I heard that a lot on the campaign trail. So I think on e-bike safety, there may be some improvements. I think the council has done a great job getting started on that. And I've already seen the city employees out there doing the walk your wheels signs on the crossing. So I think that's an important thing to keep after. I think transportation safety is a big one, just the motorcycles up and down. and making sure that we have enforcement for things like that. When it comes to community resilience, there's two kinds of resilience. There's the built environment and there's the natural environment. And the natural environment is our beautiful beaches. We're so blessed with our bays and our beaches here. And preserving that is a really important aspect of sea level rise. You know, the Cays is going to be subjected to it first. We've seen, if you've looked at the NOAA maps, you can see what it looks like in 2050. And if we do nothing in 2070, our airport will be underwater. So sea level rise is something that we need to get ahead of if we can as a city and certainly as a region. So that's the resiliency there on the natural environment. The built environment is another indicator of community resiliency. There are two factors. One is voter registration. If people vote in large numbers, they're engaged in the community. If there's a large civic service, which there is in Coronado, there's that. But we need meeting places. And that's having meeting places for that community resilience, like the Win Room and the Win Room remodel that we're doing, those expansions, and making those places free and available is a way to build community resilience. And that resilience is tested every time we have a major storm or a major wildfire or something to that effect. So I think concentrating on those two aspects of it, the things that we can do going forward and future planning, those are really important for our community and building resilience as a community. I believe those are them.
Thank you. If you just have a brief concluding statement, you're welcome to make one.
Sure. I do want to acknowledge both Mark Warner and Andrew Gade, who ran for office. I think it's really important to put yourself out in the public and be vetted by the voters. I think consent of the governed is really critical in any democracy and any democratic process. And I do want to thank you all very much for this opportunity. I'm honored to be before you. I hope to serve on the council, if not this time, next time. And I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you. Please have a seat, and we'll proceed with the candidates. Thank you so much.
The next applicant to be coming in is Keith James.
Hello, sir. Come on up to the podium.
I was going to say good afternoon, but it's almost good evening here right now.
Not quite good night. So.
Yes.
All right, whenever you're ready, feel free to start with a 2-minute presentation, and then after that, we're going to do questions from the council members. And for each of those questions, you'll have a full minute to answer those questions, and you can do a brief concluding statement as well at the end. So please start when you're ready, sir.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you very much, Honorable Mayor, council members, and the community at large. That's what it's all about. First of all, I'd like to start off. My name is Keith James, so you know who I am. And I would be honored to be to further serve the community as a city council member. It says I'm currently a Coronado police officer, but if selected on the council to avoid any conflict of interest, I would retire my current public service role on the police force for a new role as a city council member. As a former small business owner in Coronado for over 10 years, I know that small businesses have been struggling and know the challenges small business owners face today. I have walked in those shoes. As a 39-year police officer for the city of Coronado, safety is of high priority with me. Our children should feel safe walking and riding their bicycles to school. Our elderly and everyone that matters should feel safe of strolling the streets at night and in their homes. Public safety, streets, parks, neighborhoods, and schools is a value I've lived every day. I've called Coronado home for over 35 years, and over the decades, I've seen this small town face challenges and conquer challenges united by the community. The challenges we see today are substantial, with the pollutions on our beaches, infrastructure, maintenance, and litigation that challenges our local control, which can be very frustrating sometimes. My years as a resident, property owner, and business owner, along with my owning a business, along with almost 40 years as a police officer, give me a unique perspective to be a city council member. But I also know that we have the talent in the room and in the community and on the dais to address these issues. I am honored to call Coronado home and would be honored for your vote in the council. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Downey, would you like to begin with a question?
Hi, Keith.
Hi.
Thank you very much for putting your name in. We appreciate it, and your service to our city as you've been for the last 4 decades. One of the questions that I often ask the candidates, any candidate to be on our council, is how are you getting your information in the community? Because it's not just about what you think, but what you understand the community needs and wants. Are you a member of the yacht club? Are you a member of the Rotary? Are you a member of the beer club? How do you talk to and relate with your other residents in town and get their opinions?
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Carrie. My wife and I have been members of the yacht club for a period of time, probably 10, 15 years, if not longer. I belong to the infamous Island Beer Club. As a police officer, every day I get exposed by residents. I'll get a call sometimes I'm off duty and, Keith, why is the bridge closed? Or, Keith, why is the Strand closed? Or, hey, do you know how long the bridge is going to be closed? Or something like that. So working with, being exposed to the community, they express a lot of concerns. I talk to them on a regular basis at the yacht club, Island Beer Club, a lot of the different functions that you attend. I feel like I have a pretty good pulse on the community in itself.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stewart?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here this evening.
Well, thank you, and congratulations on your most recent
Thank you.
position.
Successful collaboration requires leadership and followership. Please share an example of where your followership contributed to a team effort.
Okay, at work, what I personally do, one of the bones of contention for the community are the e-bikes. We collaboratively, from the department's perspective, put together something that was interesting. We have a ordinance that allows us to impound bicycles for 30 days from juveniles for violation of all the local ordinances and vehicle codes. And unfortunately, in order to get the message across, sometimes you have to do that. So as one of the patrol officers, part of my duty was to go out there and, hey, focus on the e-bike issue. So we all, as a collective team, we went out there and we're still constantly trying to oppress some of the issues that we have. You're welcome.
Mr. Fleming, question for Mr. James?
Keith, good evening.
Good evening, sir, and congratulations on your most recent.
Well, thank you. And I want to tell everybody it's been over a year ago, my sister was here visiting, fell and hit her head on a tree right next to a sidewalk here. And when we called 911, Keith came and did a great job working with us and getting us help and supporting us. So thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
My question for you, Keith, is assuming that the city council, instead of running through the process that we're doing right now, is looking to do an appointment, assuming that we had decided to do a special election, would you have run for this vacant seat had we put it out for special election? And if so, do you think you would have won?
Well, clearly I would have won. But I'm modest too, so. To answer your first question, sir, that I don't know because, interestingly enough, this is a great opportunity for me. I've considered being part of the council or throwing my hat in the ring for a number of years, but it takes a degree of timing and dedication, as you all know, and I couldn't do it as long as I was a city employee. It would be a conflict of interest, and so this is perfect timing. I'm coming to my end of my career. My colleagues in the back are probably cheering. But this would be a great way to continue my service at a different level and continue to make change and improve. So I can't answer. I can't tell you yes or no. If it happened, you once again you'd have to go through the campaign process and so on and so forth. So.
Okay, and thank you. And you mentioned that, of course, you would have won. Why would you have won?
Well, my personal belief is that I have a pulse in the community. I get to see the worst and the best of the city. And sometimes the tragedy and things bring out the best and the worst in people. And I think I know this community intimately. I was involved in the Rebecca Zahau hanging, where we had all the publicity, negative publicity as it was. But I've also, the city, I think I'm a great ambassador. People say, well, we love San Diego. I say, well, this is not San Diego. This is Coronado. And the leadership that this council and prior councils have done have maintained this community. This is a gem. And there's a reason why I stayed for 39 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would ask you, is there any particular issues that come to mind that I know it's all of them, are governance and public safety and e-bikes, and thank you so much, obviously, for your decades and decades of service to the community and law enforcement. Are there any other particular issues that come to mind that you want to touch base with us on now during this interview period?
Well, I do know that with the Hotel Del that's going to be opening up here in the near future, with all the development, and within the last 5 years, the tremendous amount of foot traffic, it's going to be more and more taxing on all the services that the community is going to be able to provide. And I think that having a great look at the future to see how those are going to be addressed, to make it keep Coronado, and still be able to provide services for our visitors. But specifically, I mean, I will tell you, getting back to the e-bike thing, I have a real issue in the fact that if you drive a car, if you're going to get a driver's license, you have to be 16. You can't carry a passenger that's under 20. You can't drive a car between 11 p.m. and 5 in the morning. And you have to have automobile insurance. And none of that applies to these kids on these e-bikes. And every day I'll hear a horror story about how somebody almost got hit or something else. And I think that our legislators, we're adults, and the legislation has kind of failed us, because if it were up to me, every kid would have to have a license. Everybody would have to have a license, because they're not bicycles. It's just a different. And I have, in closing, there's two things. I think if it's predictable, it's preventable. And the other thing, and I hate to hear it, and I hear it almost, somebody told me last night, well, Keith, it's going to take some kid to get killed before anybody really gets serious. And I hate hearing that. And unfortunately, maybe that won't come true.
Well, thank you so much for
thank you so
your
much.
application and answering our questions so candidly. And again, thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next candidate to be coming in is Whitney Benzian.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Feel free to start whenever you're ready. And after that, we're going to do questions from the council. And each of those questions, you'll have a full minute to answer.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening now. City Manager, Mayor, council members, and fellow Coronado residents. It's good to see everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. It's an honor to be considered for this appointment to the Coronado City Council, and I'm truly excited for the chance to serve our community once again. As many of you know, I've had the privilege of serving as a Coronado City Council member from 2016 to 2020, and during that time I worked to address the important issues that shape our town and our daily lives. It was an honor and experience. It was an experience that taught me the value of collaboration, transparency, and above all, listening to our residents. In addition to my time on the council, I've spent many years involved with local organizations that serve our community. As a former president and board member of the Coronado Historical Association, I gained a deep appreciation for our town's rich history and the responsibility we have to preserve it for future generations. I currently serve on the boards of Safe Harbor and the Coronado Community Foundation, where I continue to work with community leaders and residents to address the issues that matter most to Coronado, particularly around mental health and philanthropy. I also bring over 20 years of experience working on regional public policy issues. As a former public policy advisor to a San Diego City Council president and a coastal commissioner, I've had the privilege of navigating complex challenges, balancing competing interests, and finding solutions that move our city and our region forward. These roles also introduced me to many public officials from here to Sacramento. Now, more than ever, these relationships matter. Professionally, as some of you know, I'm a real estate advisor with Douglas Solomon Real Estate here in Coronado, which exposes me on a regular basis to the housing issues that we have here in town and land use issues and what residents are going through on a regular basis. I hold a master's in public policy from Pepperdine University and a bachelor's degree from Sarah Lawrence College in New York. However, above all, I'm a proud product of the Coronado Unified School District and have spent most of my life in this remarkable town. That deep connection to Coronado, to our schools, our neighborhoods, and most importantly, to our residents, has shaped who I am and how I approach problem solving. I know our town well, and I care deeply about our residents. My goal as a council member is to use this knowledge and these relationships to make thoughtful, pragmatic decisions that reflect the values and needs of our community. Whether it's addressing infrastructure needs, supporting our local businesses, or ensuring Coronado remains a safe and welcoming place for all, I am committed to working collaboratively with all of you and with our residents to make our city the best it can be. Thank you again for this opportunity. I look forward to serving with you and contributing to the continued success of our incredible community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fleming, would you like to start the questions?
Good evening, Whitney. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you, Councilmember.
Good. So obviously you're aware that the city council voted in favor of doing an appointment.
Yes.
Versus special election. But assuming that we had voted instead to do a special election, would you have run for this vacant seat?
No. If I understand your question, if there was an election instead, would I have run?
If we had decided to do a special election?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay. And why?
That's a good question. I think what's important. Well, I guess let me stand back. I guess it would have been for 2 years, right?
Correct.
I hadn't actually thought about that. I guess the question is, I think I can serve right now and do a good job. So actually, now if I can step back, I guess maybe I would have. I guess I hadn't really thought about it. It's kind of a dumb answer, but I guess the question is, would I put in the work? Yeah, I think perhaps I would have. Now that I think about it, it's the 2-year term that I like. It's a short period of time, but I still understand that the community wants to see a broader election.
Okay, and had we done that,
good question,
and you ran, do you believe that you would have won, and if so, why?
Gosh, it's a humble brag here. Yeah, I do think I think I would have won. I think I've done a good job appealing to a wide swath of the community through my public service and lots of different roles. I also think I represent a special group that's, I'm a father with young kids, so I kind of understand that segment of Coronado and appeal to that demographic in town as well. And I think my track record has speaks for itself, frankly. And I hope I did a good job when I was a council member for 4 years prior.
Thank you. Thank you, Whitney. Councilmember Downey, would you like to proceed?
Whitney, you just raised the question that I had. First of all, thank you for putting your name in the ring.
My pleasure.
We appreciate it. We are, as often, we have the riches and blessings of our community that wants to get involved.
That's right.
For the public Every city I've sat next to on boards is amazed. We have more applicants than we have positions for everything. Other communities, they don't have that. So I really appreciate you and everybody else that's volunteered for this. My question for you is, though, you left after 4 years, and if I understood it was because, and rightfully so, new baby, have issues to deal with your family. So based on the answer you just gave, that 2 years is something you could commit to, what has changed from 4 years ago when you left and now?
Sure. This is going to sound trite, but family had a lot to do with it. When I did my 4 years, my oldest daughter, Emma, who's now a senior, said, when I sat the family down to discuss running again, she said, and my kids, I'm divorced, so my kids, I have them 50% of the time. So she said, Dad, those Tuesday nights when I'm at your house, that's valuable time, and I miss those 4 hours you're at a council meeting or whatever, and I'm going to be out of the house soon. So that impacted me deeply and helped affect my decision not to run again. I was starting a new business, and so you want to do this job well, and you want to have the bandwidth for it. And now I have established my business, and my kids are getting older, and my freshman thinks it's cool if I do it, and things like that. So that's changed, and I'm in a much. I could have done it last time, but I probably would have been overextended, and I'm confident that won't be the case now.
And your family supports it.
They do. They do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you are married to January now, so don't forget her. You're in big trouble, sir.
That's right. That's right.
All right, Councilmember Stewart.
Thank you. Thank you for throwing your hat into the ring.
My pleasure.
Successful collaboration requires leadership and followership. Please share an example where your followership contributed to a team effort.
My followership. Well, I guess I would look, if I'm going to point at a community scenario, when I was maybe 25 years old and I was fresh out of graduate school and I was back in town, and I was encouraged to join the Coronado Historical Association Board of Directors. And I always appreciated the architecture and history of our town, but didn't know exactly what it was. And Phyllis Krause recruited me, and I joined the board. And soon after, we ran into some controversial issues and situations that I don't need to go in here, but it required some tough decisions, and we I guess I would say I stepped up and helped rally the board to make decisions that weren't necessarily popular in the community, and I lost some friends over it, to be sure. But I then became president of the organization after that, and was, I believe to this day, the youngest president of the Coronado Historical Association as a consequence of organizing and bringing together some people. It wasn't an easy decision. It was emotional and difficult. So that's a good case scenario in terms of my public service.
Thank you.
Thank you. In regard to issues that you see, like bigger issues facing Coronado and/or issues that you are interested in working on, do you want to discuss any of those tonight?
Sure. I think always paramount in local government is public safety. So that should always be top priority. But the Trans-Board Sewage issue is number one for me. When I was on the council, I helped drive that issue with my colleagues. Went to D.C., helped with the former mayor to secure, I believe we played a big role in getting the $300 million that was put in the federal budget to help address that. And that was the beginning of this. I can't believe it's already been 700 years past to bring this issue to light and become what I think is the most prominent regional issue. So that will always be passionate to me. I grew up surfing these waters. My friends did. I know firsthand what it's like to be in there. I don't surf much anymore, but I did when I was growing up. And then obviously we need to make sure our infrastructure is up to date. Our wastewater issue, our sewage water, what's the word I'm looking for? Thank you. Storm drains and wastewater is all up to speed. A lot of it's very out of date. as we saw some of the storms recently. And I think we need to take a holistic look at everything in town, because our town is beautiful from above, but let's make sure it's also beautiful underneath as well, and working well for our residents. Those are my two, priorities, I think, right now. We got to get back to kind of the bread and butter issues, I think.
Thank you. And do you have a brief closing statement for?
I don't. It's just neat. I just sat for an hour in that back room with a variety of people, which could have been really awkward, and it wasn't. I think we're all supporting each other, and it's a good group of people. And I met some new people. Thrilled to be a part of it. I would be honored to work with all of you and to work for the community. But there's plenty of great people here too. So no, I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you so much for applying.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Our final applicant of the evening is Andrew Gade.
All right. Good evening
Good
to you,
see
John.
Whenever
Yes.
you're ready, please feel free to start. And then also just to let you know, your answers to questions from the council members, you'll have a full minute to answer any of those questions. And as I mentioned to the other candidates, if you go a little bit over on any of your answers, we're going to try to let you finish your answer as long as you don't go too long. So thank you
Perfect.
so much, and please start whenever you're ready.
Yeah. All right. Well, obviously, everyone, I'm Andrew Gade. I want to thank everyone for this opportunity. I want to also start by thanking all my supporters in this last election and everyone that helped me along the way. I also want to congratulate you, John, Amy, and Mark on your election victories. I wish you guys all the best success, and I'm very confident that Coronado is in good hands. I seek to serve the community of Coronado as a member of the City Council, bringing my dedication to local service, nonpartisan leadership, and a passion for efficient government. With prior experience running for council, I have gained invaluable knowledge and learned firsthand from residents about our local issues. As the youngest member of the City Council, I offer a fresh perspective and would help balance our collective experience. I'm committed to continuing to work for the community, and if not appointed, I'm planning on running again in the next election. So I appreciate your guys' time and consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Downey, would you like to start the
Sure.
questions?
Good evening, Andrew.
Hello, Carrie.
I know the answer to this, but I want the public to hear. I've been asking all the candidates where you get your input in from fellow Coronado residents. How do you know what they're thinking, what their concerns are, what organizations are you in, and how are you interacting just in your private life with the public, even before you wanted to run for council?
Definitely. Well, I mean, just being an active resident, from riding my bike around town, being very observant, going to local restaurants and bars. So just first really started to see the town literally, by being around and having conversations. But I really wanted to also kind of figure out what made Coronado and what makes Coronado function. And how all these pieces fit together. So I very quickly met Rob Crenshaw, got into Beer Club, which of course is, one of the best social clubs here in Coronado. Led me to meet a lot of great residents, got me involved in the Coronado 4th of July, noticing a lot of things that were happening around the island, and of course realizing that happens because of so many great groups and clubs, and the Rotary and Optimist Club. So I ended up getting involved in Rotary, which does a tremendous amount for our community. Was looking to get more involved with the city, see how things function. It led me to being a member of the Mobility Commission, which is now the Mobility Committee, I believe, yes. Just also a newer member of the Yacht Club. I think the more interaction, the more I get to, see, observe, conversations really helps. You get a better perspective of how everything kind of fits together in the city.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Stewart?
Andrew, thank
Amy?
you for running, and thank you for being here again this evening.
Thank you.
Successful collaboration requires leadership and followership. Please share an example where your followership contributed to a team effort.
I think the best example is probably in my business. Throughout the years, where as I've been working growing the business, helping my employees grow and learn, who have also helped guide them to own their own businesses, watch them have families and things like that and develop. That's probably my best real world example of kind of building a team and helping individuals succeed around me. And still something I would like to work on building more in Coronado, through the future.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fleming, and by the way, feel free. You can ad lib your answer a little bit if he's already covered some of it. No, go ahead.
Are you going to interrupt every time I'm? Good evening, Andrew.
Hey, Mark.
My question for you is: had we not voted in favor of doing an appointment, but instead had decided to do a special election, would you have run for this vacant seat?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, with all the time and effort put into this last election process and everything, but it's more than just the idea of running. I think it's to show my long-term commitment. And when someone is really passionate about getting involved, to me, I would feel that any opportunity to, seize that moment would definitely be something that I would be interested in and would definitely taken part.
Okay, thank you. And along with that question, the more difficult question is, do you think you would have won, and if so, why?
Probably not. Based on everything I've learned in Coronado, there's certain criteria per se that's looked at and appreciated, and it just might take me a little more time to gain some more experience as a long-term resident, and to get more opportunity for the public to get to know me and trust me. So I don't hold that against Coronado by any means.
I appreciate your honesty. Thank you.
I will say my first 10 years living on A Avenue, I was the new guy. But after
all right, so I got a few more
20
left.
and
All
raising
right,
4
thanks.
kids there, not the new guy. So my question for you is, are there any issues or positions you have on those issues, or just issues that you feel are important if you are appointed as a council member that you would like to work on for the city? I do want to give you a little bit of time because your opening was fairly short, and so if you'd like to discuss any issues, feel free, and feel free after that as well to make a concluding statement.
Yeah, no, I mean, through this last election process, there's been plenty of opportunities for me to go into depth on the specifics on the current issues we're discussing, forums for the public to attend. So I really was figuring to, try to be as efficient as possible by not having to repeat myself for the 8th or 100th time now, especially being 9th in line here. I guess I'm pretty good at ending up last so far here. I had to throw that out there, right? But no, I mean, continuing, obviously the most important thing is one thing that you've been spearheading is continuing with the sewage crisis and focusing on that. I agree with just the majority of things that you've talked about, John, Mark, Amy, a lot of the other candidates as well too. Focusing on infrastructure, efficiency, and just trying to be a part of this council and offering my background, my experience as a business owner, maybe a different perspective. I think it's important that to have really balanced representation, that we have people coming from different backgrounds, different experience lines, to be able to best represent. So.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate your application and your answers. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you guys very much.
So, council, we are at the point where the next part of the proceeding would be public comment. And I just want to check in with council and with the audience. Is anybody interested in having a break now, or would you prefer to do the 5-minute break maybe after public comment? I'm happy to accommodate.
I can do either if somebody will bring me a Coke.
Bring you a Coke? Okay.
Mine exploded.
Mark, you want to proceed with public comment, and we're able to... Okay. Let's just take a extremely quick break. At the public, it's up to you if you decide to get up, but we're just going to get a couple drinks really quick, and we'll be right back to start public comment.
I'd like a new one because that's going to be, it's somewhere so it won't explode. Exactly. No, I'm good. Thanks.
First guy, so how'd it go?
Oh, the city manager.
Mark Fleming's question was a good one. I got to hear everybody. Well, that one's hard. That's like I had a good example from the beginning. I was simple. I started talking about an issue that I didn't want to make public. I know. Oh my God. Is it really easy one? Really? Yeah. Good folks. My background, I like the topic. I said 4 days recovery. Let's 6 weeks recovery. Hey, Rich. Come down, bud. Good start. 2 weeks left. My wife really John. Hey, John. Good to meet you. Rich owns Brady's in the Hotel Del. Oh, nice. Yeah. I was first. Blessing and a curse.
So being first, how did everyone do? Good. I got to go back and watch the video.
My wife was texting me. She's like, "Oh, this guy's good too." Okay. She was in the back.
I think it was like it's interesting after we run the election. It's like
It probably would have been good to present those questions everyone before.
it's like I already knew that. People get tired and now.
Because then, I mean, if you want to give a good, you don't really. If you catch someone off guard and they don't have a good answer, what do you do here? This in your brain, it just means fumbled at the microphone. You know?
Two-edged sword.
You get good at it. You get good at answering it right. Yeah. Hi, Nikki. The only thing we got is just people. That's not necessarily.
I'm 43 years old. I was referencing actually being the youngest on the council, which is pretty easy to do. Yeah. I think I was. Yeah. Same. Yeah.
Someone just said to me, you got a clear Senate on it.
Oh, okay. All right. He was that was solid.
The guy who went first, nobody had to see him do it. You had
I still say absolutely. Not going anywhere. Days coming. Yes, absolutely. Appreciate that. So. It's all the
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen.
You have a future in stand-up.
All right, thank If I can ask everyone to please be seated so we can start the proceedings. Thank you. Much, everyone. If anybody, obviously, I'm sure we'll have public comment. Feel free to line up as well if that is helpful. And whoever would like to start public comment, I mean, Ms. Christensen, is that you there? Thank you so much. Please come to the podium, and we're interested in your comments as we move forward with the application and appointment procedure. Thank you.
Well, my first comment is, wow, what a process. Just listen to the energy in the room. I feel like I know each one of these candidates better. And you know what? You're asking great questions, and I feel like you know each one of them too. So I look forward to your decision. I am speaking in favor of applicant Kelly Purvis for selection to the City Council. I support your decision to appoint a fifth council member now, because if you delay, there will be too little time left in the term of office for that person to do much of anything. As we say in the South, a three-legged cat can still walk, but it can't run near as fast. This council will need all of its members as a fully present and functional body to keep up with the challenges we face next year. Why Kelly Purvis? Because she builds upon success even when the issue may be divisive or controversial. Because she understands the rules of effective public involvement and knows how to make things happen. Because her motivation in seeking this office is to make broad difference in her community, to improve it, and not allow it to wither in any way. In closing, author Peter Senge wrote of a particular skill called the fifth discipline. In his recent book by the same name, we are dealing with what he calls vicious cycles in many of the levels of governance that surround us, while trying to maintain what I believe is a virtuous cycle here in Coronado. It's difficult to be effective within this complex system of government. To do that, you will need a diversity of skills and all 5 council members to navigate this year successfully. Kelly is wise in the way of politics and will increase your effectiveness as a policy-making body and during the coming year. Please vote to select her for this public office. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening.
I have to echo what Tina Christensen just said. My name is Michelle Darnell, and thank you all for replying to my email. I would like to share a few words about Kelly Purvis. I'm here to enthusiastically support her for the open City Council seat. I've had the privilege of knowing Kelly, both personally and professionally, and I can confidently say she's the hardest working person I know. She's spent over 30 years serving this community, and her experience working at the City of Coronado has given her a deep understanding of how things work here and what can realistically be accomplished with our resources. Kelly isn't about politics. She's about serving her community. She respects Coronado's history as a charming beach town with strong military ties and pride, while also recognizing the opportunities and challenges we face as we grow. On a personal note, Kelly is best friends with my aunt, and I know her daughter and son-in-law pretty well. I also work with her on the Coronado Arts Commission, and her dedication and energy continues to inspire me. We have some talented people in this community. Shout out to Whitney. But Kelly is the perfect person for this role right now. She's experienced, thoughtful, and ready to lead. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to appoint Kelly Purvis to City Council. She's exactly what Coronado needs.
Thank you. Former Councilmember Monroe, good to see you, sir.
Good to be seen. Phil Monroe, 28 Bahama Bend. I applaud your decision to appoint a council member. It is certainly going to be quicker and cheaper. And by the way, the quality of the candidates we've listened tonight says you can't make a mistake. They are all terrific. I personally recommend Kelly Purvis. For the last 11 years, Kelly has been the go-to person when I needed some information at City Hall. She was always willing to talk, tell me what the issue is, who to talk to, and help. She's more than willing to help. When thinking of the qualifications to fill the council seat, I'm reminded of Professor Harold Hill of The Music Man. He proclaimed, "You've got to know the territory." Well, I tell you, Kelly knows the territory of Coronado, the community, and our city staff. Her knowledge will be invaluable to the council in the year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Sandor Kaup. I live at 1133 First Street in Coronado. I want to congratulate you all for getting to where you have been. I want to then say to you, I think not having a special election was not a great decision. I think you should think long and hard about who to appoint. And I think the only candidates that could qualify are the ones who ran the gauntlet of public opinion and ran a campaign. 3 of those people are with us tonight. I don't have a choice there. I think it's up to you to make a salient democratic choice on which one of those 3 should be here and take the seat for the next 2 years. That seat brings with it incumbency. That's a very important plus. That's part of our democracy. That's the way it goes. Not that Coronado doesn't have great people here who have applied. It's a wonder that such a small city has so many great people applying for service. Find a place for them, let them do something. But on the other hand, it is a democracy, and we should be voting, and it's the voters that should choose that person. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Hello, I'm Holly Knappen. I live at 1033 Adela Avenue. I think I'm about a 37-year resident, but I've lost track. So, in the cautionary words of Thomas Jefferson, the issue today is the same as it has been throughout all history, whether man shall be allowed to govern himself or be ruled by a small elite. How fortunate we are to have so many impassioned, talented residents stepping up in support of our city. How lucky, how wonderful these people are. But why should a handful of city council members consider appointing an applicant who invested neither the time nor energy to run for office? None of these recent applicants stood before the electorate to articulate their positions. None of them earned a single vote in the last election. If, in fact, you do serve the community that elected you, the will of the voters should be honored over personal preferences. As the closest runner-up in the last election, those voters have chosen Laura Wilkinson Senton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor
You can pull the
Duncan
mic down a little bit if you'd like.
No, I would not like to.
Okay.
Mayor Duncan and City Council members, today you have a unique opportunity to assure the voters of Coronado that you're fit for the job for which you were elected and will truly represent all of us by selecting the best and most qualified person to fill the council vacancy. Cronyism and backroom dealings have no place in our town. Can we trust that you, as elected officials, have the courage and integrity to rise above the fray of a campaign that tore this community apart with smears and lies directed at several candidates. 3 of you are Rotarians, and I, as a fellow Rotarian and past president, strongly urge you to apply both the Rotary 4-way test and the Rotarian Code of Conduct in making your decision. Laura Wilkinson Sinton is the obvious choice. The voters certainly thought so. She lost by a slim margin. Most of the other candidates here who applied for the position, although wonderful people, had neither the interest or courage to be on the ballot in November. There should be no easy path to public office. Thank you.
May I get your name for the record, please?
No, sorry.
For the record, you don't have to say your name, and actually I do not know who you are, but it's optional if you'd like to state your name when you come up.
I'm happy to. Judy Bambase, 29-year resident and voter in Coronado.
Okay, I can't top that.
Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, are you going to set this to 3 again? Okay, great.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Terry Zach. I'm a Coronado resident and voter. I really appreciate being able to share my perspective with you. A major concern I have is that the information you requested to make your appointment is really not sufficient to know who the most qualified candidate is. Being a city council member, in my opinion, is the most critical responsibility we have in Coronado, including our mayor, of course. The applicants who took the initiative and put themselves out there to run for city council in November, as Judy said, participated in multiple forums, door knockings, gatherings, and answered hundreds of questions about their leadership and their policy positions. They spent countless hours and many of their own resources to run for office. The applicants who chose not to run in November simply had to fill out a form and prepare a 3-minute statement. Why didn't they run for city council in 2024? Unlike the candidates who ran in November, we don't know them, their leadership capabilities, understanding of Coronado, or their current policy positions in any depth at all. I continue to believe that since the council decided to make an appointment and not hold a special election, the appointment should go to the individual who earned the next highest votes. Laura Wilkinson Sinton received 3,013 votes, only 80 votes behind the second place finisher. The people have spoken, and Laura should be appointed. I believe Laura will be a great member of the council. She's a committed leader, extremely knowledgeable, and a true believer in representing all of the citizens of Coronado. In conclusion, after a contentious and divisive election, it's imperative that this appointment be transparent for the citizens of Coronado to have faith in our mayor and city council. Please do the right thing and appoint the candidate that 3,013 Coronadans voted for, Laura Wilkinson Sinton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jean Seeger. I live at 1314 2nd Street, and I am supporting the appointment of Laura Wilkinson Sinton to the vacant council seat. When you consider who to vote for, I want you to think about 3 things: excellence, hard work, and democracy. Laura is excellence. She's just embodies excellence. Everything she does in an excellent fashion. When she and a bunch of other people started the Stop the Sewage organization, they held a rally, and it wasn't just a rally that they threw together. It was an excellent rally. They marshaled the media. They had people at the beach. They had speakers. They had a plane flying overhead to photograph the rally. Everything she does is excellent. When she ran for office, she did it in an excellent fashion. She talked to department heads and city workers to find out what their concerns were and to find out about the nuts and bolts of running the city. She works very hard. As a candidate, she showed up for candidate forums. She showed up for meet and greets. She was a social media presence, and you just heard her say she knocked on 1,700 doors. I know a lot of you have knocked on doors, as I have done, and I know it takes a lot of energy, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of perseverance, and to do that 1,700 times is absolutely incredible. And the last thing is democracy. You've heard that Laura came in a close third. She's the people's third choice. It's simply the right thing to do to appoint her, and I would even go so far as to say it is unfair and the wrong thing to do to appoint someone else who has not put herself out as a candidate. So in Coronado, I hope we strive for excellence. I know most of us do. I hope we reward hard work, and I hope we uphold democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Former Councilmember Susan Keith, good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for doing this. I know it's going to be a tough decision for you. But let me tell you how I would approach it. I think you need somebody sitting up here who's a longtime resident, who has volunteered in our town from the school systems to Coronado Historical to who knows what else. They understand this town. They've raised their families here. I've been here 83 years. My family's been here over 100 years. I think I understand the town. Not probably as well as I used to, because there's so many new people. But the person I'm backing understands this town and works for everyone that lives here, not just a small majority, but the whole town. And that person is sitting right over here, Kelly Purvis. She not only knows this town, but she knows how the city works, because she's been down here for, is it 11 years? 11 years. So there's not going to be anything, problems about stepping in and saying, hey, who do I go talk to? She's made friends with these people. They know her, she knows them. You can get right down to business. She's been here for years. She's volunteered in this town. She's raised her family here. She loves this place, and she will work to maintain the integrity and the small town that we are. So please, please consider Kelly for your vote. I think she would be a great addition to that seat over there. And one other comment, if I may, on a different subject. I sat on the Clean Water Committee in San Diego when I was on the City Council, and I understand Councilmember Fleming and Councilmember Stewart are both going to be doing that. Have fun.
Thank you. Evening.
Hello, everyone. Dawn Richards. When I first heard that Kelly was going to be running for City Council, I was momentarily surprised. But then immediately after that, I thought, well, of course, because she has that unique perspective of having been on both sides. First, as a 30-plus-year resident of the community who has volunteered with countless organizations and on countless committees, but she's also been a city employee and knows how this city runs. She knows how our city government functions. Here's why that's so important. Right now, we have two brand new people on council whom I'm very excited about, but I think Carrie needs a little extra help over here, or would appreciate it, to have someone on council who knows how our city works. The other thing is this. People have been talking about democracy and what's fair here. I personally think that what you've done, the way that you've set this up, is fair. And here's why. Multiple well-designed studies over decades show that there is a huge advantage for incumbents. To have someone on here who just ran and then intends to run again offers them an incredible advantage over other candidates. In fact, some studies show that nationally in elections, incumbents have a 90% success rate. They already have name recognition out in the community. They already have funding set up to help them out. So they're not starting from ground zero. So I feel that this is the fairest way that we can do this. And as I've just said, my vote stands with Kelly because of her having been a resident for so long, worked with so many different organizations, and we know that she can get things done. Neighbor to Neighbor, the City Beautification Project, all of these are projects that she's had success with because she can bring consensus. Rather than any division, she can bring people together. As I've said before, on many initiatives, it's not possible for everyone to get everything that they want, but a good consensus builder can help everybody get something that they're comfortable with, and that is how democracy works. Thank you all.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Carolyn Rogerson, Coronado Cays. For the last 7 years or so, the city council members and mayor and city manager has rotated coming to the Coronado Cays Homeowners Association meetings to inform the board there what's going on. So I think there's a really good relationship between the Coronado Cays Homeowners Association and the city council. I could not match the eloquence or the wisdom of Susan Keith, but I echo every word she said in regards to support for Kelly Purvis. Kelly Purvis has another thing going for her that I think also Whitney Benzian has, team player. I would say that Laura Wilkinson Sinton regularly denigrated the years of work by many true Coronado leaders, including former Mayor Richard Bailey, Councilman Whitney Benzian, former City Manager Blair King, Admiral Gary Bonelli, former Naval SEAL and Port Commissioner, and the current Mayor John Duncan, who have been working since 2017, often traveling to Washington, D.C. and various cities in Mexico. Their tireless lobbying of the many federal and state entities, United States Congress, have succeeded in securing many millions in funds to deal with the complicated Tijuana Valley sewage issue. Laura's inaccurately and insultingly accused all of those who've been working on this sewage issue of complacency. She fails to recognize all the hard work done by those before her. I would say that you need a team player, not somebody who's going to self-aggrandize and accuse others of complacency, ignoring their years and many hours of hard work on this really tragic Tijuana River Valley sewage issue. We need a team player. I strongly support Kelly Purvis, although I'm really torn about Whitney Benzian because he's really good too. So again, I know you'll make a great choice, and again, I support Kelly Purvis. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome back, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Wayne Strickland, 854 I Avenue, Coronado. I've been around here since '67 when I got on Coronado Fire Department. I've seen a lot of changes, seen a lot of different council members, and I'm just saying we have the best candidates right here. All these people that have applied recently, I think they're all good, and I don't think you can go wrong picking any of them. I do think that you have to have a team builder, and you have to have consensus builders. To me, the biggest thing on this is letting you people decide. You're the ones, there's no fix-in for any particular candidate, and I just think that you guys will definitely make the right decision. So thank you for doing this.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Evening.
Good evening, Robert Kraft, 314G. Last time I came, we talked about the Barbara Denny situation. So a little recent historical potential analogy was in 2022. The school board had an election for 3 seats. The 4th place finisher was Lisa Maglioli. She only lost by 32 votes. But she was portrayed by some as an extremist, and she even apparently attended a meetings of the Remnant, that affiliated of the Waken Church. It is extremely doubtful that had a vacancy occurred on that school board, that the people now advocating for the 3rd place finisher would also have insisted that Ms. Maglioli be appointed. I'm not sure the 3rd place finisher would be a principal determinative basis. I'm not saying it shouldn't be considered, but it seems to be mostly motivated reasoning here. Instead, what I've seen from these questions are the types of things that I believe the council is going to apply. Coming from Amy Stewart, Councilmember Stewart's questions, is the person to be appointed a team player? That's about followership. From Councilman Downey and her ask of involvement in the community, it's have they established through their actions, not just through their words, that they are committed to the community. And then former Councilmember Keith and others have asked, do they have sufficient familiarity with the operations of the city? So you have a bunch of wonderful candidates, all are qualified. I do have to mention applicant Andrew Gade, whose 2024 candidacy I supported. When I first met him, he was eager to serve the community and asked what he could do. I recommended he apply for a commission. I don't think he got the first one he applied for, but he did get the mobility commission. And he also went out into the community and visited over 3,000 homes. But you see, when I had advice for him, my advice would be the same for any of the others who do not get appointed. Get even more involved in this community. And just, that helped him. And the other help I gave him, it was so useful that in this last election, it resulted in finishing last. He finished last, so maybe don't listen to my advice and do what you think is best for the city of Coronado. But what I did hear sometimes, there's been mentions of beer club. And so I wanted to say one of the silliest things that I saw on social media about this process was that you would appoint one of your beer club cronies. That insults the integrity of you, and it basically accuses you of corruption, which I think is unfounded and improper. But from a different point of view, it's kind of ironic, because beer club is a wonderful part of our community. It's one of the largest social clubs in town. You meet wonderful salt-of-the-earth people. 95% of them, I don't even know their politics, nor do I care. But we're all friendly. Members do great work in the community. So if there is one type of cronyism I would support, it is beer club cronyism. And if you do end up appointing a beer club member, it would be very likely to be an excellent choice. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shawnee Barton Merriman. I live at 353 F Avenue. I believe there's so many great candidates here tonight. It's inspiring someone with young kids to know that so many great people in our community are willing to step forward. That being said, I believe that elected officials should be elected. Given that they won't be in this instance, I believe that you should appoint someone who ran in the race. The public scrutiny, the emotional toll, the time investment, the financial commitment, it matters. I think it does. I think it changes you in a way that you don't understand unless you've lived through that. And I don't think anyone should be allowed to bypass that. So I would encourage you to consider candidates for this position that ran in our race. Of those people, I am here to support Laura Wilkinson Stenton. She is someone who I think is a candidate who is someone who has had the chance to be around other candidates lately and hear them speak. I've heard her talk in our community and outside of our community. And I'll tell you what I've told everyone that I know when they ask me who they should vote for in the last race. And it was that Laura is the most articulate, the most passionate, and the most fired up person I've ever met. She is ready to go, and she has strong feelings and wants to better our community. I think that there are a lot of people who have painted her as contentious, and those of us who have spent time with her or gotten to know her, and I've gotten to know a lot of candidates from all places, wouldn't see the opposite. I see her as someone who has built community. Down in the Cays, I know, that she is like at the yacht club there. She spends a lot of time with the community there, and they're all political spectrum. The Cays, down in the Cays, all the people there are, some of the strongest Republicans that I know there support Laura. Young people with young kids. She's a grandma. We all are just fired up for someone who has so much vision for the future and who we know will show up and care and fight for our Coronado of tomorrow. So her boldness has magic. Her work ethic is beyond compare. She inspires involvement for the future. And she's just someone that I think would do a really great job, and I encourage you to appoint her.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Council, City Manager, and staff, my name's Dan Harrigan. I live at 97 Port of Spain in the Coronado case. Democracy at work, yes, the voters have spoken. The council members are seated, and we're following a process that's approved, respected, and you represent the voters, and you've decided on this process, which I think the vast majority do support. All due respect to the previous candidates, and you may very well pick one, but I don't know how much that should weigh into your method. We have some superior candidates here. I'm really impressed with all the people here, and we are blessed here in the community to have these people. I'd like to refresh. One of the very first candidates you spoke to today was Dave Hawk. He's in Coronado. A superior person and a family member, and he sort of played down his experience with Fortune 500 companies in software development and app development. He didn't just implement software to solve that tax problem that you guys talked about. He actually developed it, wrote it, and implemented it. So he is a team player, collaborative, and a super hard worker, highly energetic, and does great volunteer work with the visually impaired, not only on the road bikes, but also sailing with them. He's very active in our small section of Coronado over there in Trinidad Village. People know him, we love him, and he's very engaging. And I encourage him to continue to pursue service here in our great city. And thank you all for serving us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council people. My name is Suzanne Ramirez. I live in the 400 block of D. I have been a Coronado resident for nearly 30 years now. While the discussions with the candidates were going on, I was multitasking, listening to the people as well as reading these. And I come away with a clear impression between this and the people speaking here that both Kelly Purvis and Laura Wilkinson Sinton have a whole lot of supporters and a whole lot of friends in this town. I have nothing bad to say about Kelly. I have nothing bad to say about Laura. I do feel very strongly that the most democratic way to deal with this is to choose from those who actually faced the voters once before. I think you owe that to the voters as well as to the candidates. I agree there are lots of people who offer different skills who could be good on the council, but I am supporting Laura Wilkinson Sinton for the reasons that have been stated. I must say that I'm absolutely appalled that one member of the community feels it's appropriate to stand up here and to trash Laura, as she and one other person in this town did throughout the campaign. I think I've spoken to you once before and tried to clarify some of the facts that were misstated. Does Laura have any connection with marijuana? Yes, there was some connection in the past. Does she own an outlet? No, she doesn't. Is she planning on owning outlets in Coronado? Not that I'm aware of. I don't think so. It could well be that someone close to her has a medical condition that could be terminal, that may need medical marijuana to ease the pain. And for people to take a tiny bit of truth and turn it into a nasty smear is the sort of thing that made this such a horrendous election. I'm so sorry that Amy and Laura are not sitting together on the council. I hope one day, hopefully soon, to see that. I have tremendous respect for both of them. They're my local environmentalists, and I can't think of any higher praise that I could give to someone. And as I said, and that was another thing that people like Ms. Rogerson took a tiny bit of information and lied about. Laura has never lied about what her connections were. It even was on the paperwork that she submitted to the city. And then people say she's trying to hide something about her, whatever connection it was as an advocate for marijuana. She never hid anything. But they tried to turn it into something really ugly. The same with, there's no question that Laura worked very hard with Amy when Amy was starting her wonderful Emerald Keepers organization. And Laura, like many others, was a member of Amy's, quote, team. And it was a mistake to think that being on the team meant that you were on the board. And Laura has clarified that. But people like Ms. Rogerson try to make a big deal of that. It's disgusting. It shouldn't be done in this community. In closing, I just would like to say that I think you owe it to the voters as well as to those candidates who put themselves out there, spending their valuable time and money to expose themselves to this community and to put up with the crap that some of them had to deal with this time around. I think you owe it to us to select someone who actually has been vetted by the voters, and because she was the next in line, I do feel that Laura should have your vote, and I know she would do a very good job, as would Kelly. And I had a brief conversation with Kelly earlier. I have tremendous respect for Kelly as well as Laura, but I think it's unfair. Someone was discussing the power of incumbency. It's not fair for someone who hasn't run to have that power.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your comments. Thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening, council. Good evening, applicants. My name is Kevin Schaefer, and I'm a Coronado resident. First, I'd like to say congratulations to all the winners in our local elections. Our city and our school district will benefit from your character, your judgment, vision, and desire to truly represent all of us. Let's be honest, it was a very divisive election season, and emotions are still raw. We live in a time when even families can be impacted by partisan disagreements and how opinions are communicated. The greatest casualty of this political division has been the destruction of trust. No matter which party you align with, trust in our government is eroding. I often hear people loudly lament that national politics and party affiliations should have no place in Coronado elections. Unfortunately, at times, I've seen the same people engage and support failed partisan strategies of identity politics, gender-based politics, and somehow even politics of victimhood. This past fall, we heard from a candidate for council say to the San Diego news station, quote, "For so long, we've had kind of the same old faces, and those faces don't necessarily represent our evolving community here. More people need to step up for the community, more women, people representing families," end quote. But as I look at this dais, I don't see the same old faces looking back at me. I see two new council members who won their very first ever elections for city service. I see a new mayor who made a strikingly positive impact on vital issues in the short time as a council member. I see the faces of Councilwoman Stewart and Councilwoman Downey, and in all of your faces, I see competence. I see a council who we can collectively trust. In December, you debated the pros and cons of making an appointment or holding a special election, and you made a decision on how to proceed. Personally, I have confidence in this process. I trust that you're not going to, nor have you ever considered appointing a quote-unquote crony. Although that's exactly what Coronado's largest and most prominent political club has publicly and baselessly alleged if you don't select their endorsed applicant. To our council members and our mayor, I know you know this, but this appointment decision cannot be about party affiliation, nor about forming a predicted majority on the council. It is about competence and merit. With this appointment, your decision can be a significant step to help us get past the division and help us elevate trust. I'm confident that you'll select a person who has had a firm grasp on Coronado issues, both on and off island, whose background experiences and work ethic will add value to the council, and a person whose character and temperament are above reproach. I'm not here to advocate for or against any particular applicant. I'm here to say I trust your collective judgment to appoint the best person for the job. Thank you.
Thank you. We're just about to close public comment, so I wanted to see if there's anybody else in the audience who may have second thoughts who would like to address the council.
And Mayor, we have one public comment via Zoom as well.
Okay, so if there's nobody else in person who'd like to speak, we'll go ahead and proceed to the Zoom commenter. Thank you.
Mr. Gerbil, do you mind unmuting your microphone, please?
I did. Can you hear me?
Yeah, one moment.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Brad Gerbil. Tonight, during Laura Wilkinson-Sitton's discussion, I received a text that said, did she just blatantly lie about her marijuana ties? And the answer is definitely yes. Kelsey, can you get the PowerPoint up?
It is.
Let's fill this vacancy with someone we can trust. Next slide, please. During the campaign, Laura Sitton didn't tell Coronado about her ties to the marijuana industry or that she wanted to change Coronado's marijuana laws. Can you hit play on that video, please?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Was this sort of presentation available to everyone? Is this appropriate?
So your question is, can someone present or say whatever they like in their 3-minute public comment? The answer. Yes. Yes. So I'm going to go back. We have a public comment that's occurring. Our city attorney's on the line. She can comment if she believes anything inappropriate is happening. But yes, during public comment, as people know, even though it happens at Sandag public comments and everybody I sit on regularly, there's actually video shown in the 3-minute public comment. At Sandag's actually a 2-minute or 1 minute now public comment. But yes, we also have the ability to bring graphics up and put them up on the overhead as well, sir.
Thank you for being recognized. I just want you to know that there's a feeling of ambush here. Not that I disrespect you.
Sir, you're not recognized now, so please be seated. I understand your point of view, but we want to proceed with the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, I have no idea how much time I have now at this point. But can we start the video over again?
Yes.
Slowly by slowly, cities are starting to come along. I'm looking forward to when the city of Coronado opens its first dispensary.
Yeah, that'll happen soon, right?
Yeah, Laura's going to announce her candidacy for mayor. So anyway, that's just a little bit about me.
You can stop it. So you can hear Laura said that she wanted to change our laws right there. Next slide. Laura said that she wanted. Laura lied on city forums when she said she was an Emerald Keepers board member. That's clearly established. Next slide, please. Laura said she was interested in a vacancy tax on Coronado homeowners, but when called out, she said it was a lie. Don't play this one. Next slide, please. Laura lied to Coronado when she took credit for changing federal laws. Next slide, please. To Amy, Mark, and John, she did a public records request on all of you. Next slide, please. Mayor Duncan, in an email to Carrie Downey, she accused you of being behind a PAC that opposed her. You and I both know that would be against the law. Next slide, please. But the worst thing Laura Sinton did was send a letter to Mayor Duncan accusing the council of making a backroom deal. Then she wanted to make a backroom deal to appoint her. She should be disqualified from consideration over this. Thank you very much.
I would like the opportunity to respond.
What I will do is I will leave public comment open if there's anybody else in the audience who would like to make a public comment. Is there any? You're a candidate. So to do that, I would have to open it up to every candidate to address everything that they want that has been said. So it's not a discussion. Moving forward, if there are any public commenters, you're welcome to have a supporter come up and address it. If you have not commented on this issue already, sir, I'm sorry. We have never allowed people to come up and publicly comment on other public comments after they've publicly commented. So we are having the same rules apply to everybody. Okay, we will. Yes, sir. I thought there might be somebody. Please come on up and speak. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Brad Willis. I have a jaw injury, so it's difficult for me to speak. I have my mouth right in it. Can everyone hear me now? Okay, my name is Brad Willis, a resident of more than 30 years. I have a jaw injury, so it's difficult to speak. What we just saw was sickening. That was a personal assassination that was facilitated here. We've heard that same old garbage during this campaign against Laura. It's been ugly, it's been unfair, it's been insidious, it's been untruthful, and it's disgusting. And to not let Laura come up and talk about that. She was the only one attacked like that by a political operative with the Republican Party in San Diego County, with the group that put out the phony San Diego news desk looking to be a news source, but it was actually a wing of the San Diego County Republican Party created by them, with all these same hit pieces. It's been a highly funded, devious, underhanded campaign to destroy the integrity of a fabulous woman who did win the next most votes, the third most in the election, and democracy, I think, demands that she be appointed. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I'm happy to leave public comment open. If there's anybody else who would like to make a public comment, you're welcome to come up. Anyone? Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and we will proceed to moving forward with the appointment process. So we'll go ahead and begin deliberation. I can set forth for council the envisioning of the rounds of voting in case they would like to preliminarily make any comments or discuss that, and then we can proceed to deliberation on the candidates and then voting. So we have 9 candidates, and again, I thank all of you for being here, and I honestly say this. Sometimes I have, I don't know if people are totally forthright sometimes, and they say maybe as a courtesy at some of the forums that, hey, any of the other ones here would be, an excellent candidate. And I think it's a nice thing to say. But I firmly believe that from the group of the 9 applicants that spoke today, not only do we have the opportunity to appoint a very, very good council member, we could probably appoint a full council out of that 9. So thank you so much for being here today and applying. Going forward, the rounds, and by the way, when I mention that, what I also want to say is I often in some of the appointment processes will do a round where everybody votes for everybody. We'll go ahead and skip that tonight so we can move forward with the rounds of voting. But it's not a sign of disrespect that we're not doing that. So we have 9 candidates, and in the first round of voting, we're going to limit it to a total of 6 votes per council member. There's no cumulative voting, so you can vote up to 6 votes, or for 6 candidates is another way to say it, which will obviously narrow the field based off of math. And it'll take at least 2 votes to advance. In the second round, we will do a limit of 4 candidate votes. And again, a council member may or may not vote for that many if they decide not to, but up to 4 votes, again, with 2 votes to advance. In the third round, we'll limit council members' votes to 2 in order to advance, with the candidates having to receive at least 3 votes to advance. And then in the final round, we'll all be limited to 1 vote for the final choice, which I imagine will likely be between 2 finalists based on how I look at the numbers. So I wanted to mention that. I am open to hearing any feedback from the council members or any other preliminary discussion before we discuss our regular discussion and deliberation on the candidates. Councilmember Downey.
I appreciate the public that have been emailing us and letting us know your thoughts on this. I particularly appreciate the ones that didn't actually start out by advocating for any one person, but shared their thoughts on the process. I was the lone vote that wanted this to go to the public in December, and I still wish we could. So if we don't manage to find somebody and we tie, we do have that option. And I'll tell you why. When we vote, my votes are going to be very clear. We very rarely, when we have to make a decision on council, have such a broad answer as to what the public thinks. I mean, we vote on things when this hall fills and we know maybe what 150 people think. Today, we know what 3,000 people think. And then if I look at even the number of people that showed up here and emailed me, I counted between the emails and people today that Laura had 28 people that either emailed or showed up. Kelly Purvis had 19. far exceeding everybody else. Everybody else, some of you got none, and some you got maybe 1, 2, or 3. Doesn't mean you're not great people or great candidates. You are. But you heard from my questions. I want somebody connected to the community that has been here long enough that they've been hearing from the public and know how to interact with our public and share. So since I am obviously on the losing end of wanting to let the public, God forbid in a democracy, vote for the person they want, I'm going to try and give them that and look at where the public has told me they want to go. If we can't do that, then after that, then we're going to go to who I think would be the one that actually has done the homework and gets enough people to give them her opinion. So that's how I'll be voting. But I just want to let the public know I did want to send it back to the public to vote because I think that is the fair way to do it. That's what the county's doing. I know some of the cities have done this, and we won't fight it out why I think that was the wrong decision. But that's how I think it should be done, and I appreciate everybody who applied. I think all of you are wonderful, and I do hope you run again, even though you'll be running against me in 2 years. So please do. The city needs more options. Voters need to see other opinions and see who they want up here. So thank you, and I look forward to voting.
Thank you, Councilmember Downey. Councilmember Stewart or Councilmember Fleming, do you have any preliminary comments on the voting procedure or the appointment in general? Councilmember Stewart?
First of all, I just want to thank all of the people who came forward this evening. Very impressive, and I just appreciate your engagement, and I appreciate all of the comments that I received. I believe I answered all of the ones that came directly to me. I really appreciated your thoughtfulness in what you wrote, and just your public engagement. I really appreciate that. I've been listening to everything. I read very, very carefully each of your letters and resumes, and I'm a bit of a teacher, so I tend to kind of grade in my mind how that all goes, and it's been an interesting process, and I really feel like I know the candidates who are standing before us today. So I appreciate the time that you took to come out this evening and speak with us all. Thank you.
Councilmember Fleming?
Well, I'd like to repeat the thanks to everybody for coming out tonight and for applying, for showing the interest in the community and in serving the community. And would agree with other comments that have been made, including some of the people in the audience here, as far as all the people here that a lot of qualified candidates, a lot of people that are showing interest in the community, and that would, I think, be fine additions to a city council. And as Mayor Duncan said, we could probably replace the entire city council with members that are sitting here in the seats right now. I think there's that kind of quality and there. Other than that, I think I'm ready to vote.
Thank you. And I don't want to go backwards, but I will make just briefly a couple of comments in regard to the appointment process. There may be a city, but I'm unaware of any city that has gone to special election in a non-election season. So this includes from Chula Vista School Board to Poway is going to do it, to a variety of them. The only one I'm aware of, which is not a city council, obviously, is the County of San Diego. And the reason is multi, but a large part of the reason is they already are at a 2-2 stalemate. So they're not going to agree on appointments. They're going to spend the $5 million and do an election. But another thing that I find to be very interesting about the County of San Diego and the Board of Supervisors, unlike our city where we don't have districts, everyone who's sitting here did receive a large amount of votes from this community and will be filling the 5th seat via an appointment for a citywide council member. The County of San Diego is supervisory districts, and in each of those supervisory districts, you only vote in your district. So in other words, the 4 supervisors on the County Board of Supervisors didn't receive 1 vote from anybody in the district that they're going to do the special election for. That is completely different to appoint someone to represent a large, giant district by voting with the council, or in that case, the Board of Supervisor members, none of which receive 1 vote from that district. So in any event, I am happy to save the money. I'm happy to bring someone on board to council from this excellent group of applicants quickly and not lose the multiple months. And unless there are any other questions or comments, I think we can proceed to deliberations. Is there anyone who would like to, on the council, who would like to start the deliberations? There's obviously a few ways we can handle deliberations. We can discuss the candidates if you like, pros and cons. We can discuss anything else about who you would like to consider voting for. We can also go straight to a round of voting. And in between rounds, if any council members would like to speak, I'm more than happy to have further deliberations as well. Any council member like to start or share thoughts? Councilmember Fleming?
Are you suggesting sharing thoughts regarding the 6 that I would pick right now, or doing one at a time?
It's completely open to you, or we can vote on a round. So I'm open to what the council members would like to do. I know it's a long night, but I think it's a super important appointment, and so I'm very flexible with whatever the council would like to do.
Well, the primary thing I'm focused on is having a city council that can work together and communicate, and you know, I know that we're not always going to agree on everything that comes before us. If we did, we wouldn't be doing our jobs. But we need to have a city council that can work together, and that's really primary thought pattern behind the people that I would vote for this evening. And if you'd like, I can start.
With discussing which are your top 6 candidates?
Yes.
You're welcome to, and the other council members may or may not do that at their discretion. We can do it when we vote.
Or are we going to go through a process of voting one at a time?
So what we will do in each of the rounds, the clerk will call the vote by calling the names of the candidates in whatever order she has set up to do that. And we will vote via a hand vote. And at the end of that round, the clerk will tally that vote and share with us who has advanced to the next round.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm nothing else for me to discuss at this time then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes. I echo Councilmember Fleming's remarks that teamwork is really key. Someone who can be collaborative, work well with each other, and really get the job done. That's exactly what my question was aimed at trying to find out is followership. You know, sometimes we lead and sometimes we follow. And we want to be supportive of those who are leading, and we want some people to follow us when we are, and we want to be good followers and support everyone to get what's best for our community. And so that was why I asked that question of each of you. I know it was a tough question. I apologize. But I think it was really important to me personally. You know, that's the way I like to do things as a team. So with that, I think we're ready for whatever else anybody has to comment about or go on to voting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Downey, do we have any comments at this time? Okay. I will go ahead and let's conduct the first round of voting. Actually, before we do that, I think I will make one other further comment. And I'm sorry to all the applicants to have to wait for 1 minute for us to open the envelope, so to speak. The number issue that people bring up about the numbers and about hearing from the voters, again, and I don't want to go back extensively, but we'll see how everybody ends up voting, which we have no idea how people are going to vote. But I will say that the voters have spoken repeatedly in elections. I hear conversations from people that you could take any way you want. Someone can come to me and say, you know, Whitney Benzian ran for council and had, 4,000 votes in an election as a first-time candidate against a large field. Or I've had people come to me and say, John, you got elected to this seat, running against an incumbent and a former incumbent and finishing in first place by a large amount. So why don't you just pick somebody exactly like you? And then, that was 2 years ago. Well, yeah, but then you just ran for mayor and you just got elected against former incumbents and other colleagues. So the people are speaking and speaking and speaking. So everything depends on how you look at it. But I guess the reason I mention that, which I don't really want to mention, is that I am not making my decision based off of 14 or 19 people. My goal with every single decision we ever make here is to, one, follow the law, which we are following the California state law, which allows us to appoint. That's the law for every city unless they create their own law. And I will be making my decision on what I believe is the best person to represent this town or the best decision for the town. Not for me, not for some personal interest, but always what is best for the town. And I actually do believe that is what council members and Councilmember Downey, everybody has always done that I've seen vote on this council. So when I get emails saying, in order to restore integrity or ethics or confidence in the council, it always does make me wince a little bit, because even though many council members have voted against my positions on council, I always honestly do believe that all the council members, whether it's Richard Bailey or Marvin Hines or Mike Donovan or Casey Tanaka or any of us, have always voted, in my opinion, with what they believe is best for the city with integrity. And I do want to give you a chance, Councilmember Downey, to respond, since I was sort of addressing, to a certain extent, your comments. Thank you.
I also agree that I don't believe in the time I've been on the council, at any of the 4 times I've been on the council, that I could say the other council people were not voting on the best interest, in their opinion, for Coronado. So if I said something, I didn't mean to infer that. And I have gone out of my way, responding to the comments I've gotten for this appointment, to tell everybody that, no, I don't believe there's any conspiracy. I don't believe there's any idea to try and have a backroom deal. But I do think one of the ways I looked at it, and I want to thank Dennis Snapin for phrasing it this way, because it really made sense to me. No, you don't automatically get to be appointed because you were the 3rd place vote getter. The point is, we are trying to do what's in the best interest of the city of Coronado. When Amy and Mark were elected, that counted up 55% of the votes for council were in those two seats. If we add all the votes for Laura, then we are giving 75% of the vote what they wanted. So in my opinion, since my job is to reflect what the city wants, and I will quote Casey Tanaka, who was quoted on late night television as saying, if the city of Coronado wants something and it's legal and we can do it on the council, then we should. And I think in this case, that is why I think we should. So I look forward to voting and seeing where we go.
I appreciate those comments, and would like to say another comment, because we are in an interesting position as your council members, where we're not allowed to call each other and talk about things. And I don't know if the public fully knows, but we're heavily, heavily advised by the city attorney to not reply at all on social media other than to provide information. And it's very, very frustrating, because I will read on social media bizarre comments and things. Like, there's one social media group, I was banned the day I was elected from it, but someone showed it to me, that said, that I didn't campaign on it either, but anyways, said if John Duncan had resigned his city council seat in order to run for mayor, something that's never happened in the history of the United States, then the 3rd place finisher would have been elected. However, what happens in reality, if there's a short-term seat available when an election is happening, there's an election for the top 2 candidates for the 2 regular terms, and there's a separate election, as we've had happen at our school board, for the short-term seat, which means that every single person that votes for all of the candidates, but specifically for the top 2 candidates in the regular election, would all be able to vote for their top 1 candidate in the short-term election. And if someone had stayed in the long-term race and finished 3rd, it literally would be factually impossible for them to win. Now, we have no idea in that whole scenario who would run in which side and what would happen and anybody who they would vote for. But it's just so frustrating when we see so many of these social media comments that are like factually impossible and do not make actual sense in the real world. But everybody's entitled to advocate as they choose. Before we go to the first round of voting, would anyone like to make any further comments?
I could only reflect the sentiment about the social media. After all, I've been designated as a member of a cult.
Well, sir, this isn't
therefore booted off of a social media platform here in town.
This isn't the forum for me to talk about my militia. All right, let's proceed to the first round of voting. And whenever the clerk is ready, I would just like to remind everyone's very difficult for everybody. We disappoint people that we like. As I said, I like the candidates, and this is the hard part of the job. I hope whoever gets it, or if you run in 2 years for the 2 seats, which will be up for election, we all know that election is going to be starting in probably 12 months for the basic work of it, and that's not very far from now, and it's for 2 seats, which includes this seat, right, that the appointee is going into. That will be up for election in 2026. It's a 2-year appointment. So with that said, we have up to 6 votes we can cast for any of the 9 candidates.
Mayor and Council, I will read out the names of the 9 applicants alphabetically. I will ask you to raise your hands for up to 6 candidates, and we will go from there. Starting off, we have Whitney Benzian, 3 votes. Andrew Gade, 3 votes. David Hawk, 1 vote. Keith James, 2 votes. Richard Negrete, 2 votes. John Peterson, 2 votes. Kelly Purvis, 4 votes. Mark Warner, 2 votes. Laura Wilkinson Sinton, 1 vote. The candidates that would be moving to the next round with at least 2 votes would be John Peterson, Richard Negrete, Whitney Benzian, Mark Warner, Andrew Gade, Keith James, and Kelly Purvis.
Thank you. When you're ready, unless anybody on the council would like to have further discussions, Councilmember Fleming.
Would you repeat those names again, please?
John Peterson, Richard Negrete, Whitney Benzian, Mark Warner, Andrew Gade, Keith James, and Kelly Purvis.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that's 7 candidates, if I'm looking at that right. And do you want to remind the council members what the next round is going to look like?
For the next round of votes, we ask that you limit your votes to no more than 4 candidates.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, in alphabetical order, we have Whitney Benzian, 3 votes. Andrew Gade, 1 vote. Keith James, 1 vote. Richard Negrete, no votes. John Peterson, no votes. Kelly Purvis, 4 votes. And Mark Warner, 3 votes. The threshold to move on to the next round would have been at least 2 votes. So moving forward would be Whitney Benzian, Mark Warner, and Kelly Purvis.
Okay. And so, I'm sorry, so that's 3 candidates left?
Correct.
Mr. Benzian, Mr. Warner, and Ms. Purvis. And for this round, we decided on, is it 2 votes or 3? Can't be 3.
2, please.
2. Okay, and I want to clarify that the goal of this vote, and it can be interesting, it can be a strange result, because if somebody could win this vote, and then we can end up with the next 2, and that could change when we do the final vote for the 2 finalists. So we have 2 votes each for this round, which is our hopefully next to last round. So when is that understood? Am I making sense to you too, Mr. Fleming? Yes. Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page so no one's misinformed when the vote happens. All right, so we have Mr. Benzian, Mr. Warren, Ms. Purvis. Clerk?
Whitney Benzian, 2 votes. Kelly Purvis, 4 votes. And Mark Warner, 1 vote. The mayor, we have 1 applicant with 4 votes, 1 with 2, and 1 with 1.
Okay, so we'll proceed to the 2 finalists, the top 2 vote getters for the final round in which each council member gets 1 vote. Would any council member like to discuss before we move forward? I'm fine to discuss or hear any comments if any council member has them. Councilmember Fleming, anything?
I feel very good about both of them. I think both of them bring a world of experience. Whitney certainly with the council, as well as all of his other involvement in the community, and Kelly, world of experience here with the city, in the community, and so forth. I think we've got 2 great candidates there, and I frankly I don't think we could go too wrong with either one of them.
Thank you, Councilmember Fleming. I 100% agree, which makes this job so much fun. Okay. Anyone else? Councilmember Downey? Councilmember Stewart?
I will agree with Mr. Fleming that both candidates would be wonderful, as any of the others would. So I look forward to whomever wins.
Thank you. Councilmember Stewart?
I echo those sentiments. Great candidates.
Thank you. When you're ready to call the final vote, please do so.
Please vote for no more than 1. Whitney Benzian. Kelly Purvis. Interesting.
Congratulations, Kelly. You're welcome to come up and say a few words. And I would just want to clarify before you do that. Forward to working with you. And obviously, congratulations to all the candidates and Councilmember Benzian for being a finalist. Thank you, sir. I greatly appreciate your application. I would just like to say, if the city manager wants to clarify, I believe because Ms. Purvis, Councilmember-elect, Councilmember appointee Purvis, is a city employee, we are not doing the swearing in tonight. Do I understand that correctly?
Thank you, Mayor Duncan. Yes, as was set forth earlier under the government code, 1 person cannot both be an employee of the city and be on the elected body of that city. And so you have to resign in order to do that. So my preference, just for organizational management, would be to allow councilmember appointment, that sounds a little odd. Appointee, council appointee, to have the chance to resign, and then we can agendize on February 4th at the council's next meeting a swearing in and official welcome to the council, if that's amenable to you.
That would be wonderful.
Great.
I'd love to have my kids here.
Thank you.
So my family.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Would you like to make a statement?
Briefly, thank you so much for your faith in me. I have watched you guys. Carrie, I've watched you a long time. We've worked together over the years on RSIP and R4. I think we're going to do a great job. I am a team player. I work hard. I trust the staff. It's going to be a nice appointment, and it's going to be a nice, smooth road. And to these people sitting here, great job. I mean, really, this was not an easy thing. I know elections are hard, too. I've done one. I've actually done a proposition where I had to get signatures first and then knock on everybody's door. So I know it's tough, but this was really tough. And I want to honor all of you for stepping up and doing it. And I hope you'll come back.
You will accept the appointment?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I look forward to working with all of you and with working with Tina.
One brief procedural motion to make sure this is official.
Okay.
Is I'm happy to make the motion to have you appointed to fill the remainder of my 2-year term that was vacated upon my election to mayor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Downey. Please prepare to vote. I'm sorry, Councilmember Downey.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Make sure I didn't make a mistake from my side of my eye. And then you can make a final comment when we're done.
Motion
Thank you.
carries, all voting aye.
I think this is the first time 3 women have served on the council, and that makes me very excited. Thank you.
Do we have to get you next on the agenda?
Okay, next time, Will.
Good job.
More to go.
Thank you, everybody. We do have 2 more items to finish on our agenda tonight. So you want to do a 2-minute break?
That was tough. See, I did it all mathematics.
Add John. Ladies and gentlemen, for staying so late tonight, I appreciate it. I want to keep the meeting going with our last 2 items, which hopefully will be fairly brief. We do have an appointment to the Civil Service Commission to consider this evening. And so I'm not sure if Julie Lowell is here tonight. Please come forward if you'd like to make a statement in regard to your application. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'm pleased to be here. I've been a member of the community for 29 years, living in 2 different places here in Coronado. I've worked for over 50 years. I'm now retired. I have a distinct interest in the Civil Service Commission because during all of my work history, except for maybe the first 5 years, I've been involved in employee matters and in policies and procedures relating to working with cities, with commissions, with private industries. And I just have time on my hands now being retired that I really do want to give back to the community, and that's one of my big interests is joining the Civil Service Commission.
Well, thank you for your statement. I served on that commission and briefly chaired it, and it may not be the most public commission that everybody knows about, but it serves an important function for the city, so we appreciate your application. Do any council members have any questions for the applicant?
Just thank you for applying. We need people that want that committee, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate your service after we vote here, and for taking it seriously. It has an impact on our town and on our employees. There's no other applicants, if I am understanding? Okay, so I'm open to a motion. If anybody would like to make a motion?
I make a motion.
I'll second it.
You want us to hand vote or vote on the? We'll go ahead and vote. Thank you.
Motion carries, all voting aye.
Congratulations on your appointment, and thank you for waiting out our long meeting for it. We appreciate it. All right, we do have one additional item on our agenda, which is the policy 9 request that I signed as well as Councilmember Stewart. Councilmember Stewart, would you like to lead us off in regard to this item?
Would love to. This is something that I think every single candidate stood up and said one of the issues in our town is sewage. And I applaud past city council who really did the work for our city on the sewage issue. Councilmember Downey, Mayor Duncan, Mayor Bailey, all went to Washington, D.C., as did several others of us, and advocated on our city's behalf. And previously we had declared, we had a resolution which outlined all of the incredible work done by our city to put our best effort forward in solving this crisis. But it is my feeling that this is really an emergency. And if you look at all of our sister cities, they all have declared an emergency. And they look at us and think, you are the second most impacted city. When are you going to declare an emergency? And so because of that, I really believe that it is important to declare an emergency in our city. And I was so pleased, Mayor Duncan, that you were willing to sign this with me and see the value of this next step, given where we are. One of the things that I'm concerned about is that even with the authorized funding that we have, we are only going to, and it'll take 5 to 7 years to construct. At the end of that time, we're only going to be able to handle 80% of the affluent. But in 5 to 7 years, the population of Tijuana is going to grow. And so I'm concerned about our military, Border Patrol, Marine Corps, Navy, all of our first responders, and to include lifeguards who are on the beach working every single day, who risk their life in this sewage. And having my family been personally affected by the sewage, all three of us, myself, my husband, and our daughter, I really believe that this is important. So thank you for allowing me to bring this forward, and I hope that you will join me in this to direct staff to write the declaration.
Thank you. And I would like to just make a quick comment now. If anybody's wondering, we did have previously a resolution on this issue brought to council that we voted on our declaration, our statement of how important and serious this issue is to our town and to our region. I was proud to have done a Policy 2 request to bring that forward. I am definitely someone who believes when we're governing that substance matters much more than form. But in this case, I am more than willing to change my vote to vote for the declaration of emergency because, sorry to use like a strange term, but like the juice does outweigh the squeeze to me, so to speak, because of how we are perceived regionally. Okay, and even on the state level. And I can tell you, having sat at Sandag, for instance, just recently since our vote, having Port Commissioner Dan Malcolm, the Port Commissioner from Imperial Beach, come and having people constantly want me to explain why we have our resolution instead of our declaration of emergency. It's not worth it to save the amount of work potentially it will cause council or staff to continue the emergency on a regular basis, given the perception of it in this case. Meaning, I'm not necessarily sure of anything more the city of Coronado can do to fight on this issue. And I say it goes back even farther than some. I know you're not going to mention everybody, but it goes back even farther than the council members you've mentioned to many other council members, as well as a huge amount of regional officials, all the way back, obviously, to Brian Bilbray. And I thank them for that. And I think, in my opinion, I was willing to extend or change my vote to vote for the declaration of emergency and support your policy that became our policy request because it's such an important issue, and I would like to honor those that have done the work in the past and no longer have to answer in a selfish way the difference between them on a regional basis and instead present a united front. So if anybody is wondering why, that was my thinking. I just wanted to share. Councilmember Downey, would you do anything?
Yes, you started your comments with the form over substance issue, and here's my problem why I didn't support it before, and I'm not going to support it again. What do we get by doing this? We don't get anything else. We now have fully the amount that we wanted. We have, and it's true, in another couple of years we're going to need more. But the point is, it's that whole, boy crying wolf. When we declare a state of emergency, it is normally our town needs money. So we did when we had the flooding that took over Orange Avenue. There is nothing unique to Coronado about this issue. It's going up and down the coast. We already have everybody's eyes on it. And as much as I applaud everybody that has trekked to Washington, let's be honest. The reason we got funding was our House representative. He started it, got colleagues involved, our senators got involved. It's not just that we went, please, please, please. It's because the people that were in Washington thought this was a big issue. Us declaring a local state of emergency here won't do anything. I mean, and I realize this is something you hold dear, and so you're going to keep, needling us to get it, but I need to be shown why. Because calling a state of emergency as a city, that is a big deal. And we do expect to be taken seriously when we do that. But normally it's unique to your city, and I don't think this is. So that's why I don't think it's appropriate. We've already got everything we were going to get out of the federal legislature. It's not going to change the governor declaring the state of emergency for the whole state on this issue. So until somebody tells me what it does, what it gets us, I don't think we should do it. I think we should save those for something unique that Coronado alone needs help with. So that's why I'm not supporting it. Thank you.
I appreciate your comments. Councilmember Fleming?
I feel very much the same way as Councilmember Downey does. I felt like September 3rd, I believe that was the date of the meeting, that the council got it right. When the statute was regarding the city state of emergency statute was pointed out, it did not fit the qualifications needed under the statute. And and I stepped back when I saw this on the agenda. I had stepped back and asked myself, okay, well, what has changed since September 3rd? And in my mind, what has changed is we've actually gotten more traction on this. We've gotten another $250 million allocated to it. And I say we, but I mean in general as far as not just Coronado, but Coronado has had an instrumental hand in getting attention to this. And I think the us declaring a state of emergency is nothing more than symbolic. I don't see it that's going to help anything. I don't see it furthering anything. If I really felt like it was going to further something, I could probably be swayed on that. But I also would be voting no on that.
All right, I have a little bit more discussion. I'd like to make some comments. I'll go back to every council member because I don't want to be a mayor where council members speak and then I retort and then we go to a vote or something, and we dealt with that on Sandag. And that's just, if I ever appear to be doing that, any council member, please stop me because I want everyone to be heard fully. So I don't really necessarily disagree very much with any of the comments made by any of the council members. What we do get out of it, from my point of view, where I've been swayed or convinced, is that it helps advocacy to not have to explain on a negative basis why Coronado doesn't have a state of emergency, but the city of San Diego does, or why does the port of San Diego have declared a state of emergency? Why doesn't Coronado? And I think there's a potential slight opportunity. There may actually be a federal state of emergency declared. We have a brand new administration, and it would be potentially damaging to be there if that request does go forward. And the answer is, well, one of the two cities that are actually directly receiving, almost 100% of the sewage issues and flows has voted against doing a declaration of emergency. It doesn't mean we voted against the federal government doing it or the state doing it, but the question will be why. Why hasn't Coronado done it? So those are really the reasons, straight up, is advocacy and whether or not we may have a federal declaration of emergency, why I was willing to change my vote. And also, I guess I will say a last thing is, I heard, even on my first day as a council member, back when the committee appointments were being done, there was stress advice from some of the council members to me of making sure you're a good regional player. Work well with our other cities. Work well with our region. And so Imperial Beach is a close ally on this issue and on potential other issues, as is San Diego, as is the port. People in this town discount how the port has actually helped Coronado tremendously on that cottage is the Cays issue, where the port has actually purchased that land for a park as opposed to having that project go forward. You know, that there is regional activity going on in all these bodies, and they have all declared a state of emergency. So that is really why I stand by my vote at the time I made it. You know, I don't, again, disagree with pretty much anything anybody said. I think the only one other clarification I would make is we are able to pick any part potentially of sewage advocacy and say but for that happening, it wouldn't have happened. So I totally agree. Congressman Peters has been an incredible champion on the issue, and but for him, we would not have the funding. But I'll also tell you what Congressmember Vargas said to me, which is, but for your efforts, meaning like collectively, getting conservatives on board, for instance, Darrell Issa, who you met with, Councilmember Downey,
Yes.
who I just spoke with 2 days ago in person, and all the retired Navy SEALs, with the help of a variety of people on board, the legislation 100% would not have passed. So just that clarification. I don't want to shortchange what Coronado has done. I know that's not what you meant, but anyways, that's the purpose, and I'm welcome for any other council member to have another chance to speak before we go to a vote.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
If you're trying to change my opinion, what I'm trying to figure out is who is telling you when you go to advocate? Is somebody in Washington saying, well, we're not going to listen to you because Coronado didn't declare emergencies? Or is it happens to be Imperial Beach who's sitting next to you at a meeting? Who's calling us out?
Right. So as I was saying, for instance, when the port commissioner from Imperial Beach, Dan Malcolm, who, as you probably many know, spends a lot of time in Coronado as well, brings it up at a public SANDAG meeting with all of the regional officials there, all 17 cities and the county and the port and Caltrans and everybody. That's just one example. I will say no one in Congress has said we 100% aren't going to work on funding because you haven't declared a state of emergency. That's absolutely true. I have had not Congress members, but their environmental policy advisors, their chief advisors who I met with on Friday this week with 4 of them. A couple of them asked me, why? Partially because the mayor of Imperial Beach had just been out there back in December, as you may recall, and say, why doesn't Coronado have a declaration of emergency? I think having to answer that question is counterproductive. I'm not sure if the city manager, wants to weigh in on what we're asking the city to. I'm not saying you're asking this. I guess I would ask her once everybody's done if she could share with us what the burden would be to the city for us if we do decide to vote for it.
Well, more than the burden, what I want to know is just like anything else, what's the end? Are we going to perpetually be in a state of emergency forever now based on what we're hearing, that the waste is going to be growing in Mexico for years and years? That's my point. If I do something, I want to see what is the product that's going to come out of it, and if it's an issue, how is it going to end? So I don't know why declaring this, how we're going to end it.
I agree. It's a really good question. On one hand, you could potentially have a simplified answer, which is like with the Clerpa algae, it ends when we feel it's under control, and if it comes back again, we'll reissue it. What does that mean? It's under control. We'll see whether it's Frank, the port commissioner, telling us when we saw him, or whether it's a little further, and we could decide what that is, as a council. Is it once the plant's at the 80% level? We don't know what the population of Tijuana is going to be at that time. I mean, you're making a valid point. We might have this state declared for 8 years, right? It's possible. I'm not discounting what you're saying. I understand it.
And what's the goal of that? That's all I'm saying. For me, it just doesn't seem to make sense to do that. We don't know what the end, we don't know what we're going to get, and we don't know when it would end.
Understood. And I don't mean to talk too much. You asked me a question, so I was trying to answer it. Councilmember Fleming?
I guess I haven't been swayed. I hate to look at Kelly, but maybe this should be booted forward to a future meeting when we've got 5 on here and we can break a tie.
If that's a motion you want to make, we can certainly see if it gets a second and vote on that. I'm not against it. What may happen, I could potentially foresee, and we don't know. I haven't spoken with Kelly about it at all, not at all. But we could potentially have another exact policy 9 come back, and it would save that potential likelihood of happening if we did potentially continue it, and then we could potentially put the issue to bed. So I'm not against it if that's something that someone wants to propose. And I don't think Councilmember Stewart had a final chance to speak. If you're done, Councilmember Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor Duncan. This last week, we've had an incredible opportunity to meet with our regional partners. San Diego State had a fabulous conference for us, a 2-day conference, a Thursday morning, which was an extended morning, and a Thursday afternoon the following week. And it was good that they separated because there was so much information. But I had an opportunity to sit beside all different elected officials and have reached out and started to build partnerships with them. And we had all kinds of speakers. We had the leadership of our region sat there and spoke with us. Some were leaders who've been in California for a long time. Very inspirational. I think Councilman Fleming would agree. I think that in speaking with them, I don't know if you realize, 7 jurisdictions have declared an emergency. And to your point, Councilmember Downey, I believe that you're correct. At some point, I think we could say, I think we can end that emergency. Same as we're going to do with CalERPA. And I think that would be fine to do. And if you felt that it was needed, you could certainly propose it and look at it that way. And I think that at some point we're going to realize, we have this under control. But in the meantime, I see that people are impacted. I see that, the Hotel Del, for example, I've heard that they're losing, people are upset, wanted their money back because they didn't tell them that they're on the top 10 beaches, but yet there's sewage and it's closed every day. So I see an economic impact to our town. In speaking with friends who own businesses in town, they said they noticed it this year. They absolutely noticed it. And so therefore, it seems to me that's an emergency when our town starts becoming impacted in those ways. And then from an environmental standpoint, this is horrendous to have this on our beaches and in our sands. And the thing that we need to understand that it's not just the sewage, but it's the heavy metals coming from industries across the border that we don't really know what's in our sand and what it's going to take to clean it all up eventually. So that emergency declaration could be very, very helpful to our city in terms of federal funding. And then national security. Being married to a SEAL, I know what it's like, and being an outrigger canoe paddler, and I've paddled to Catalina, raced. I know what it's like to be in the open ocean. I've done Maui to Molokai as well. And the open ocean is a different animal altogether. And, when you're a SEAL trainee or a BUDS trainee, it's very different to train in the ocean versus the bay. It really is. And the first 10 years that we were married, my husband had extensive stomach issues that, would just rear its ugly head, and he'd be sick, lose 10 pounds. He was hospitalized for it in England. This is something, we just don't know what else is out there. And I really believe that this is important. And I know we don't want to say, well, we don't want to do we don't care what anybody else thinks. But we need to, because we're trying to build partnerships regionally. And for these people to come up to me and say, well, God, oh, you're from Coronado. Why haven't you declared an emergency? You know, it's time that we do that. And I think it's okay to say that there is an end to that. So that's why I did the Policy 9. And in speaking with John, I know that he's hearing from his regional partners at Sandag the same that I've been hearing. And so that's why I thought it was important to bring this back. Not because we haven't done the work. We've done the work. But in this case, optics do matter. And, you know, if you're more comfortable, Councilmember Fleming, I don't know how Councilmember appointed we'll vote on that. But, you know, if you want to wait till we have 5 seated, I'd be amenable to that. But I do think it is important.
Any further comments?
Well, I'd say a couple things. I have no idea how Ms. Purvis would vote on this either. And in my mind, it really doesn't matter. She'd vote however she feels that she should. And everything you said, I agree with pretty much everything that you said. It's a terrible thing. Heavy metals, you know, the problem with the beach, the sand, the water, and I think we all know that it's a crisis. And as has been pointed out tonight, the city of Coronado has done a lot, perhaps as much or more than any other area or community in the South Bay area to work on this issue. I just keep coming back to I don't see what this is going to do to make anything any better. What we've done is we've got traction on the issue right now and everything. And it's awful that it's going to take 5 years or 7 years to get it under control. And it's awful that in the meantime, Tijuana is potentially or likely going to grow, and depending on how much water usage they're using at that time versus recycling, it could create additional demand. But I come back to looking at this from more of a pragmatic standpoint, and I feel like, you know, us declaring a state of emergency, I don't think gets us any farther down the road than what we've gotten at this point.
Understood. I would, again, and I'm not going to belabor it, but I can give you an example. For instance, at Sandag right now, for instance, we just approved the contract for the Otay Mesa East border crossing, which is, you know, $1 billion project, so to speak, a hundreds of millions of dollar project. And as part of that discussion, there was potentially a debate about whether there's legal prohibitions on any of the tolls potentially being segregated to help some of the mitigation in the Tijuana River Valley on our side of the border, which is another issue separate from just the plant being built. So as part of that, is you council members may know or have some familiarity with, Senator Steve Padilla has proposed a bill in the California Senate to get rid of, so to speak, to take away any prohibitions under state law for that to potentially happen. So Sandag, that will be coming back to Sandag if that state law passes for a potential change. And again, for me, does that make advocacy easier? Possibly. Does it make advocacy harder for us not to have a declaration of emergency? Possibly. No, I can't guarantee it. I hear what you're saying. I guess my final comment would be, maybe this is why it was a good idea we appointed another council member so we can break ties. But if it looks like we have a potential 2-2 tie, and if 3 of the council members are willing or more to make a motion to continue it to the next agenda, I'm supportive of that if we're still in the sort of 2-2 area as we may be right now.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Seconded? Okay, by Councilmember Downey. I'll make that motion then that we continue this agenda item to our next council meeting. But before we proceed to vote, we have public comment available on the issue. If anybody would like to make a public comment, even though we we may be continuing it. Was there anybody who would like to make a public comment? Thank you, City Manager. Okay, in that case, I think we are okay to call for a vote, please.
Motion carries, all voting aye.
Thank you very much, and I don't believe we have any other council business this evening. I would just like to say it's an honor to serve with you and complete my first meeting as mayor. And as people can see, we don't always necessarily agree on everything, but I really look forward to working with all of you. And I know we can't talk about any substance of what we talk about in closed session, but closed session to me was also an excellent closed session with very good debate and discussion. And I look forward to serving with all of you and with the new council member, Purvis, in the very near future. Thank you, everyone, and good night.
Good night.
The fire.